What is up, friends? Greetings and happy Saturday. And I'm just realizing as I'm looking over at my camera that I believe gotten to enable. There we go. Maximum holiday cheer. And we can use it. We could use some holiday cheer to help us deal with what's ahead of us. What's up, Sword Fam? Well, I've had these lights up literally like 3 Christmases, I think. Or it's not that I've had them up 3 Christmases, I've had them up 3 years because I don't bother actually taking them down because it's too much of a hassle. So I just leave them turned off for about 11 months of the year. But hey, it's worked out. But I'm like really bad at like home decorating and stuff like that. So I figured a few years back I should try to make a modicum of effort of trying to do something. If I'm just gonna end up being stuck at home, you know, not really doing anything for Christmas or just celebrating on my own, I might as well do what I can to, you know, get a little bit of a festive mood. So it's not much, but it's something. I like it. And yeah, as mentioned, a little bit of holiday cheer, a little bit of festive mood is exactly what the doctor ordered. What's up, Macaw 45? Because today we are continuing, and I hope that we will be able to complete The World Is Not Enough for the Game Boy Color. This game is it's quite something. It's and by something I mean it's really bad. We had a, you know, an okay time when we first started it up. It was pretty bad, but it wasn't like overly obnoxious about its badness in the first few levels. But then we hit the first stealth mission, which we spent about 4 hours, I think, 3 to 4 hours trying to like dissect and figure out, until I just kind of gave in and used the like invisible to enemies cheat code to just understand what's going on in the level. And basically we kind of deduced that, well, in order to actually complete the level legitimately, it would have likely had taken an additional 3 to 4 hours of trial and error and persevering. Like the way it works, it's absurd, and you'll see some of it because, as it turns out, surprise, the next mission is also a stealth mission. You have to go through like multiple lengthy segments, and if you are spotted by an enemy once, it's an instant mission fail, and there are no checkpoints. So you have to do like I don't know how long the mission would be. Like the mansion mission, it's got like 4 parts, and we basically were able to get to the end. Like we got to the 3rd part legitimately after like 3 or 4 hours, and each attempt, it's like about 10 minutes to get that far. Like I was able to get the first mansion part down to about 4.5 minutes, between 4 and 4.5 minutes. Kind of speedrunning through there, and of course, because you hate the mission so much and you're so tired of it, you want to go through it quickly, which ends up, you know, being a little risky at times. So you slip up, you're not quite as careful as you ought to be, and you know that first 4.5 minute segment, a good maybe not half the time. Well, I would say at least half the time it would take more than 1 attempt to get through there, and not because I didn't know what to do, but just because I got sloppy. So let's say on average, clearing that first section is like closer to 5 or 6 minutes, realistically. And then the second part, the garden part, took a good while to figure out. But when we got to like, by the time we figured that out, I reckon it's another, like, let's just average it out and say it's probably another 5 minute-ish. Like, it felt like a slightly shorter segment, but I didn't spend as much time optimizing like the routing or whatever, so I'd end up taking it a little bit slower than I probably need to. But that's like best case scenario. Then let's say about 7 or 8 minutes before you get to the point where you're like, all right, now I don't know what to do. Now it's time for trial and error, and you spend like 10 seconds, 20 seconds trying something, and then you fail, and you might not understand exactly why you fail. Right back to the beginning, and you get one more attempt after like 8 to 10 minutes. So the further you get into the level, the more absurd it gets, where to even get back to the point where you failed and you have to try again to figure out what you're supposed to do, it's like a longer and longer time period. Like, that's that's too long of a mission under any circumstances. But to have a mission that long where you literally have no margin for error, you cannot make a single mistake, or you have to redo the entire thing, it's just it's pretty insane. And that's after the first two missions. Like the third mission we literally cleared first try, and I even fucked up and got hit by a bunch of weird sewer tentacles and lost like half health in 2 seconds. So I'm like, well, I'm not going to finish the mission, but let's play it out and see if we can learn something for the next attempt. And then we just finished the mission. And then after that, the fourth mission, the first stealth one, was like absurd. So I'm like really annoyed and frustrated that I wasn't able to complete it legitimately, but not because I'm upset at my own like level of performance, but I'm just annoyed. I'm just mad at the game for being designed in such a way that doing what the game asks of you feels totally unreasonable. But on the plus side, the game does provide us with cheat codes to get through it, so, you know, I'm not going to feel guilty about it. And, you know, on the plus side, being able to use the cheat code to at least see the entire mission, we get a better perspective on just how ridiculous it is, in addition to getting to actually see the entirety of the level. Because the latter parts of that level were still kind of cool. Like, the game sucks, but the presentation is pretty impressive in places. Like, the graphics aren't bad, and there's some cool touches with the, like, after the garden section of that stealth level, there's, like, you have to trail the dude who's running around in the forest, and he runs on these, like, super erratic paths, and if you happen to be in the wrong spot on the screen, he might turn around and instantly spot you, and it's a mission fail, or he might decide to just run full speed in the other direction, and if you don't catch up, like, if you don't follow him immediately, you just lose him, and then that's a mission fail also. It's really ridiculous. But during that section, like, the screen gets progressively darker and darker as the sun sets, which is a pretty cool effect. So there's, you know, cool little things like that. But then, so the next section, which it's pretty funny how the game absolutely expects you to know the plot of the movie by heart, because even though there's still images from the film which are a challenge to parse, you know, on the Game Boy Color graphics, but you see a picture and then you roll right into M's briefing for the next mission, and it, like, there's no context given for what the mission is. They just sort of explain what you they kind of explain what you have to do, but they don't even do that very well. But so we finished the stealth section sort of with the cheats, where we kill Elektra's head of security, Davidov, so that we can steal his, not his identity, but the identity that he was stealing of what's his name, Professor Arkov, so that we can impersonate Arkov and sneak our way into this nuclear facility and meet up with Denise Richards and have a face-off with what's his name, Bernard, the terrorist guy. And so in the other games, the PlayStation and N64 games, this mission, the equivalent mission, was like pretty cool little adventure game sort of thing. And again, those two games are totally separate, but they both have, all three games really have a lot of missions in common, just in the broad strokes of what scenes from the film they represent. But so what happens in the film, of course, is that Bond just shows up and he, you know, he impersonates this professor, and he just waltzes right in because he's got the credentials, he's allowed to be there. And that's how it works out in the other games too, where you have to do a little bit of sort of fetch questing. It's a little bit of an adventure game style level where there's not a lot of action or shooting until later on. So the way they do that in the Game Boy game is it's a stealth level, and if a guard sees you, it's an instant mission fail. So I don't understand exactly what the purpose was of spending 4 hours like sneaking up on this dude so we can steal his fake identity, because clearly those credentials aren't helping us out if we get instantly arrested and or killed as soon as someone sees us in this place. So I don't know. But luckily the stealth section of mission 5 was a lot more straightforward and a lot simpler. It was still too long, but not as difficult as the mission 4 one. But where we left off last time was we finished the first section that had the stealth bits. Then we met up with Christmas Jones, and there was a little bit of a cutscene, I guess. And then we ended up in this sort of a side-scroller section looking thing where we had to dodge dudes chucking grenades. And then after like a couple of seconds, the screen just cut to black and then it said mission failed, with no real explanation. So our first goal for today is to boot up the game, use the password to get to mission 5, do that first stealth section again and try to remember how we're supposed to do that, and then try to figure out what's happening in the second section that will just instantly fail us. I have a working theory, but it's a guess at best. But it's all we have to go on, so we'll have to try that. And then we just keep going and we keep praying that the rest of the game doesn't have all this stealth bullshit. Because the game is, like, when it's not stealth, it's merely inept and kind of boring and mysterious. But when it's doing stealth, it's exceedingly obnoxious on top of that, which is not a great combination. I'd say this game is pretty firmly at the bottom of my list of Bond games if I had to make a ranking as it stands of the games we've played so far. You know, there have been stuff like the Commodore 64 View to a Kill game that like essentially doesn't function properly, but I'd argue that you can make the same argument for this game. That game also had more interesting and ambitious concepts and way cooler music. The music in this game sucks. And it's also like there's no excuse. There's definitely no excuse for this Game Boy Color game to be this bad. So I think that you got to take that into account as well. But hey, enough of me ranting about it. Why don't we share in this pain and make this suffering a communal experience by booting up the game and getting back to it. Here's the game. The World Is Not Enough by 2N Productions. I do not recall if I looked up what other things they have on their resume, but I don't know if I want to know. Well, maybe to avoid it. Although having said that, whenever I play a game like this, I will always be curious to see who made it and what else they made, just in case, you know, there might be a redemption story in there somewhere, or maybe there's a fall from grace. Maybe they made cool shit before this. I don't know. But it's kind of weird how this game came out like a year after the others, and it's like sort of modeled after the N64 game, but it's also, I don't know that I would say that it feels rushed exactly, but it certainly feels very rough around the edges. It doesn't feel like the most polished game. But anyway, let's boot it up. Oh yeah, like all good Game Boy games, it starts off with an unskippable extended text intro. We do get a gun barrel sequence, which is cool. That's something a lot of games, most games, haven't even attempted. So it gets a few points here and there, but man, sure does get by on skin of its teeth when it comes to Bond quotient and whatever quality we can defer from that. Because as a game, it sure leaves a bit to be desired. Like, enjoy this. Because this is as cool as this game is ever going to get. Let's see if Live Split will cooperate. Oh yeah, actually, I need to look up the passwords. I don't have them on hand. Do we have the stage passwords? Yeah. Stage 5. Password is reticle suitcase camera suitcase. That sounds familiar. Oh yeah, is live split working? It is, for now. Live split is known to cause a lot of problems. I was told, and I did a quick little Googling of it today, that apparently there's something with USB controllers that tends to trip up live split. So it could be that I'm using my fake Super Nintendo controller for this. Maybe that is more prone to triggering freezing issues than other controllers, because we've had a lot of them for this game. But I would kindly ask that you guys help me keep an eye on the timer, and if you notice that it's frozen, do let me know, and we'll try to address that, and to the best of our ability, make sure that the time tracking is at least somewhat accurate. Password. Aim, as it says, suitcase. Camera, suitcase. Approved. Oh yeah, so here's the mission briefing. Keep a low profile. There's no explanation of where we are in the world, what's going on, or like what we're supposed to do. Just keep a low profile. Find Christmas without arousing suspicion, meaning we're using our fake identity to walk around in this facility where if someone sees us, we're instantly dead. Go to silo with Christmas. So I believe that objective, the second objective, I think triggers automatically as soon as you find Christmas Jones. So basically, they aren't really two objectives. It's just you find her, and then the second objective triggers in a little cutscene where you walk off screen. And then I think attempt to foil Renard's plan is essentially that side-scrolling section. So what I think happened, this will make more sense once we get there. But basically, when the mission failed, when the fail state like triggered just instantly, there was a like a cutscene of sorts where I think you saw Bond like walk up to what looked like a blast door or something and like bang on it with his hand, and then it just like failed. So I assumed it was something about like the doors were closing ahead of us and we didn't make it in time, so we were like locked out and therefore automatically failed the mission. But the way it's presented visually was very like hard to follow. It was very confusing visually, so that's just a guess. But that's a thing. Like, it's kind of a thing, sort of, in one of the previous games. I guess probably the N64 one, because there are these like blast doors in that location in the movie, or at least in the other games. So that's probably kind of what they're doing. But there's no instruction or indication of any kind that you have to hurry. I was just like minding my own business, and then the game just cuts to this scene and just like, oh no, you failed. It's not great. Magnetic bombs can be attached to any metallic surface and then triggered by remote control. Rather ingenious, if I have to say so myself. So I have no idea what this is referring to, but I assume there's going to be some... I mean, there's certainly a big explosion at the end of the scene in the movie. Are we going to use bombs, or are we going to have to avoid bombs? I mean, we have to avoid guys throwing grenades, at least? I don't know. What's up, Cammy? Welcome, welcome. Happy to have some company as we are delving into this absolute misery that is the world is not enough for the Game Boy Color. Oh, alright, okay, here's our briefing. Kazakhstan. As to what we're actually looking at in more specific detail, your guess is as good as mine. I guess it's something with tents or something, because that's in the movie. But that's pretty much what all of those movie stills are like. There's just a picture of a suggestion of what something might be supposed to look like. Yeah, so to avoid that guy, the switch, open up a gate. There's a whole thing where we have to like go back and forth to open these gates so we can make more progress. Like every area in the game is on these like big square maps, and it's very clear that they're designed to sort of snake you around. So you can kind of get a sense of how far you're progressing in any individual area. based on... Right. Where in the map you are. The stealth mechanics are like pretty inscrutable, but you kind of get used to... Oh yeah. I need to equip Taser. The way you navigate around the guards is like not the most intuitive, but once you kind of learn and understand how it works, reasonably consistent. Up Garbers 28, welcome. So the taser is like the best weapon in the game. It takes about 2 seconds to activate, but that's true for every weapon. But unlike every other weapon that I've used so far, it actually takes out enemies in one hit. The character sprites look great, like the animation, like the graphics, I have no issue with. And that's kind of typical Game Boy Color. For whatever reason, there's a lot of Game Boy Color games that have like really impressive character animation. And like a lot of them also have like kind of elaborate sound. That's not really the case here, although there's a couple of like samples of the sound effects that sound pretty decent. But, like even the use of color in the tile sets and everything, like a lot of the stages you kind of aren't necessarily sure what you're meant to be looking at. Oh yeah, he doesn't actually, yeah, okay, so he doesn't actually turn sideways, which means he won't see us here. The attack being slow is one thing, but the fact that it's got like extremely long recovery afterwards is the real issue. So if you miss... Like the enemy patterns are often quite strict. See, so like I missed my window of opportunity there, and he could have had a pattern that had him like turn around. So if you like fuck it up, there's no time to like adjust. Oh, I'm trying to remember. It's kind of weird. There's like an enemy here that respawns, which like no other enemies ever do, basically. Yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying the music. It's not gonna get much better than this. Okay. Do this. So this guy is the guy that respawns. So does that guy, I guess. And he'll always spawn like kind of away from you, but in a different spot based on which door you are coming out of. All this part being a bit rough. I think I go to the middle door first. Box is danger, but for some reason I read it as cancer. Oh yeah, because he walks like right up until that fuzzy edge. Like you can attack in any direction. But it's a lot more awkward to try to aim vertically. Because you'll see that he actually uses the, like the little taser beam is off to the side. So you have to align yourself for that to connect. I don't think, yeah, there's nothing here. So now I think, yeah, we open that gate on the right, so we can take that door now. And then we take the left door. Just in case. Yeah, and that's so awkward. Like, you start out like a full tile away from the door, so to align yourself with that guy, you have to walk back up, but be careful not to walk through the door. Whole thing. So what's this guy's pattern like? I forget. I think does a little stutter there. So he instantly turns to look up. I think capturing him... There is the way to go. Yeah, we can pick up another taser for no reason. multiple parts later on there on the left where we have to be careful about avoiding guards that are like above us. I believe this guy will actually come over a lot closer. He's got like 2 paths to his route. Yeah, see? So yeah, that's kind of the level design. Just a lot of... Oh, there she is, by the way. There's Christmas Jones. So now we've opened up another gate all the way back on the left side of this map. To get there, we have to go back into the room, the house, or the whatever. This guy. Enemies have like very limited range of vision, but you walk pretty fast, so it's pretty easy to walk into their range. And that will definitely be a thing here. There's a guy patrolling up here. Another guy after... Okay. So he's facing... Okay, so I can follow him. That should be pretty fine. Go. I think this guy... Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, I think this guy comes closer. But yeah, you have like very limited window there. But there's nothing over here, I think. Yep. But I think this is the kind of fuck part. Yeah, did you see that? Did you catch the little flickering pixel at the top of the screen? There's a guard that walks down there and then instantly turns around. Yeah. So we can't even really scope out the route. Oh yeah, they have like a short and a long path. So he'll come back soon, and then we follow him. Okay, we got it. Think she's over here? Yeah. Mission objective 1 completed. I can't believe we got that first try. Alright, so now we cleared objective 2. Objective 2 is just this cutscene. Is that Renard in purple, I guess, probably? So now we're side-scrolling, and I guess we have to get through those... We can jump now, by the way. Hit. This is about as far as I got, because then I missed a door. Do we have other weapons? Nope. Okay, we're doing alright so far. Oh boy. Use that health now. Why? Oh my god, I got hit twice. Like precision platforming, I'm dead. Okay. 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 Alright. Redo the entire thing. No checkpoints. The design of the sprites are like... I'm assuming it's a platform limitation of 4 colors per palette, which makes sense. And for this resolution, that's like, you don't need more. But it's kind of weird that, like we saw in the previous level where we had to trace that like the Davidoff guy, where he had like a sprite that was almost identical to Bond's, but there were a few like sort of pixel details that indicated a suit, which is weird that that guy was wearing a suit but not James Bond. Got to equip it. But in this particular level, in the movie, he's actually wearing like a blue jumpsuit, so that like makes sense. But this isn't like an outfit that's specific to this level. This is just what the Bond sprite looks like in the game. And every single enemy, or every single level has had the exact same enemies also, which is a bit eh. All this back and forth, back and forth. And it's so, like, before you've figured it out, it's tense, but not particularly fun. And then once you know what to do and you're just, like, executing... I mean, it's still slightly tense in the sense that you can be, like, stuck having to just redo the whole level at the blink of an eye. But almost always when that happens, if you kind of know what's going on, it's just... wrong button. It's just because you got impatient. So it's very unexciting. You know, it's a very unexciting game to play in general. I misaligned myself by a pixel. But certainly, comparing to something like the Stealth Affair or even the original Game Boy game, like there's a fair amount more character. Yep. Oh yeah, this artwork is also a little questionable. Try again. So the one thing I'm curious about with the side-scrolling bit is how strict the timer is. Because it seems very much like those blast doors do close on a set timer. So the first one or two I went through closed basically right behind me, but later on in the level, they didn't see, like, we didn't even see them close. So that probably means that I could have taken slightly more time. I don't know if more time would have helped me, but I suppose there's a little bit more room for being careful to sort of measure out the jumps. That's so hard. Like, even the walking speed of the enemy means they walk out of range as you sneak up on them. Very lucky that I actually caught him there. Wait, I go up here now? Okay. Nope. Up space hoppercopter. But yeah, certainly the animations of the characters, like, I like this the confident swagger of the up walk. The rest of them not so much. Like the way the characters are drawn and the way the characters are animated is very kind of perfunctory. There's nothing... Like, the Game Boy game had the sense to go for a little more kind of caricature. And I think that's a good call when you have a very limited canvas. You kind of exaggerate certain aspects to make it a little more readable, a little more appealing. Because we don't have that here. We have this, like, faceless characters. Like, and it's cool, like, the fact that when you get caught, the enemies draw their guns and Bond, like, puts his hands up and stuff. Like, that's a neat little touch. But it's, like, you know, doesn't salvage the rest of the game experience, you know? So I'm going in here just to reset the enemy cycles, allowing me to do this. I believe middle is first. Guy behind the danger box. Basically could have just followed him, I guess. Ooh, that was really close. So then that's enough for me. I think I can go here basically to confirm. Yeah, put the gates open there. But I mean, imagine this. But the amount of mission I have to play through to get to the part that we haven't, like I have to do this entire part to get to the side-scrolling part. The previous mission was like that, except the part that we had to redo over and over was like 3 times longer and more difficult. And the part we got to after that was also not an action part, but like a stealth part. That previous mission is absurd. This one is just mildly absurd. It's kind of difficult to listen to this without going a little insane also. Okay, it's just the one kind of tricky part left. But yeah, the fuck thing is too, like there's so little room for error. Like the execution has to be on point in terms of like aligning yourself in using the stun weapon. Because if you align yourself incorrectly or you accidentally aim diagonally instead of straight or what have you, you're likely to just get caught. Which is what happened last time. Yeah, does this guy have 2 loops? I think it's just a second guy that does. Whoa, okay. I thought for sure I blew it, but I just barely reached him. Guy. So I have to make sure that I follow him on the long loop. I think that's the long loop now, which means that he'll come down. Be the shorter loop now. Okay. Gotten that part down pretty well. Okay. So we know now that this section is long enough that we have to be pretty careful about health. Stage hazards, where they have appeared in other levels, have been quite deadly. And that appears to be the case here also. Maybe jumping grenades is not the best, not the worst idea, rather. Fuck that up. Jump pretty far. Okay. Well, that was worth going for the health. We're doing better than last time, I want to say. Oh my god!
Look, you!
Okay, nice. Extremely tense. Oh, okay. Objective complete. Oh shit. What? Okay, do we have to escape? I just paused. Oh my god, this game is just gonna give me a goddamn heart attack. Just throw stuff on screen and expects you to be able to parse what the hell it's supposed to mean. Take a look at the objective screen. Yes, we're 7 minutes into this attempt. Go to Silo with Christmas. Attempt to foil Renard's plan. Okay, that's what we did when we saw the little rope and the timer. I thought we were supposed to, like, cut wires or move Tetris pieces around or something, but no, that was just a cutscene. I mean, I guess in the movie, he just... Well, he doesn't run away. He, like, grapples onto something and, like, slides away or whatever, but he escaped. Like, the bomb goes off and he escapes. I'm mostly feeling nervous now because... Wait, what? Okay, that was like kind of cool. Mostly nervous because we just barely kind of had the time. I have to jump to collect these for some reason. I'm also not sure about the whole timer aspect, but kinda seems like it's more chill. But we could just time over and die at any point. Definitely the optimal route. Fuck. Okay. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Oh! The hitboxes on these spikes are absurd. But I took 1 or 2 extra hits there. By trying to, like, get close to the edge. Like, basically, there are a few spots where if I think I'm gonna get hit, it may be even better to tank the hit and move on. Because in an attempt to avoid taking damage, I end up taking damage twice. Like, first I take damage as I try to line myself up, and then I line myself up to do a jump. And first I take damage lining myself up, and then I actually fail the jump anyway. Yeah, I got stuck in the corner. Try again. This is another version of the game. This is the game we've been playing for a while. It's got a little bit of variety to what it asks you to do, and this is in fact the first side-scrolling section. It's a little bit like Zelda 4 or Metal Gear games or whatever, where it's like it's kind of presented like a side-scroller and you suddenly have a jump, but it's like it still kind of operates like the same game. Yeah, and it's absurd too because the first few levels weren't anything like this. I mean, they were a little bit more like the section we just played. But having that amount of like death traps and dudes tossing grenades and everything, a bit extreme. But we were pretty close to completing it, I would think. We weren't like right at the end. But the amount of like actually risky, difficult jumps were probably like 2 or 3 at most, I reckon. So time, like for all we know, there could be an invisible timer. You see the time before the sequence, right? And maybe there is an actual timer. But if it is 4 minutes, like that's plenty. The doors didn't seem to be a concern. Well, I mean, the doors are already closed and you're finding mines to blow them up. I think in the escape section, you probably have a bit more time to take things a little more carefully. But I did learn on that attempt also, like there are places where you can like drop down to the floor to like avoid some of the grenades and stuff. What's up, Doom Noob? Is this a Metal Gear style stealth game? Not really. I mean, it's the game has 8 levels, and so far this is level 5, and we've had 1.5 stealth level out of 5. In the first 3 levels, there were no stealth mechanics of any kind. But it was still mostly sneaking around, because even though you were perfectly capable and sort of incentivized to shoot and kill everybody, your gun sucks ass. So it was more effective to just punch people. I can't demonstrate it because I don't have a gun on this level. But you see this animation of like him pulling out the stun gun and using it? This animation is actually faster than the animation of firing the pistol. Anytime you press the B button when you have a gun, there's like this lengthy animation of him drawing the pistol, firing one shot, and then holstering the pistol again. And the bullets don't travel all that quickly either. So basically, shooting a gun is like really slow and awkward. Like punching isn't the fastest either, but it's a lot faster than shooting the gun. And enemies take 5 punches to kill, I think, and 4 gunshots. So punching them 5 times, a lot faster than shooting the gun. Why would they make it really, really bad? I don't think there's a design justification for it. I think this game was just very made very quickly with few resources, and they didn't have time to care. Or like, you know, someone had made a beautiful animation and they were like, hey, let's play that animation, and there wasn't time or resources to, you know, add any layer of sophistication in terms of, you know, because you could think maybe that, well, okay, what if you press the button multiple times, does he draw the gun, keep firing, and then holster when you stop pressing the button? Nope, that doesn't happen. We got a submachine gun for a level also where it works the exact same way, except you tap the button once, he pulls out the submachine gun, like fires twice, and then holsters it. So it was pretty much as useless. What's up, Jorf? So it's like mostly a walking game. Guy has just the one loop, right? Technically, you could probably even get him there, although I can't really easily tell if he's facing up or down. So we'll use the tried and true pattern. Probably on the long pattern now. Yep. There we go. I'm impressed we've actually not fucked that up once. Whew. I mean, I don't know. I'm just speculating, Doom Noob. I can't say. What I can say is that it's bad. The game also came out 2 years after the movie, about 1 year after the other games. So I don't know if they were rushed for a date, but I would have to imagine that they didn't have a lot of resources. Or, you know, for all I know, the developers who were making this game might have been working on 6 other games at the same time. I mean, there's nothing to suggest that they were working on it for 2 years. but it came out in 2001. Okay. Jumping over explosions not really a thing, but now we know. Oh fuck. Okay, so for that one, the instant the grenade hits the floor, kind of time the jump. Like when you have to land and then jump again, I think if I stand on this line, nope. I don't even know if I overshot or undershot that jump. It looked like I landed totally safely. But then after I finished landing, I just took damage anyway. This is not great. Oh, we have more health than last time. There's a rope. Oh, okay, so when he leaves the elevator, it unplugs the bomb. Am I invulnerable while jumping? No, it didn't seem that way. I could certainly land on an explosion and take damage. I don't think I was able to, like, jump through it. But who's to say? Getting health back at least. Nice, okay. I was just about to say, I'm just gonna go through here and not stop and hope that I don't take damage. Fully expecting to take damage. Yeah, same thing here. Need... Oh my god, okay. This is gonna be fucking rough. Oh, this was the last section, I think. So I guess my hypothesis on only 2 or 3 difficult jumps left was a little optimistic, because of course I was basing that on the path being easier in the first room, like on the way in. But they added very strategically placed grenade guys. But I actually, you know, there were a few things I pulled off there that I wasn't really expecting to. And it's good to know that there are actually enough health items where if you get to Renard with about, you know, 60-70% health, you're basically going to be able to get full health back. So that's surprisingly generous for this game, I feel. Well, Geiger, I think the bombs will detonate on the floor. I'm not sure if I understand correctly what you're saying, but I don't think... I don't think you'll ever be hit by a grenade in midair. Like, it won't collide with you and explode in midair. If that's what you meant about being invulnerable while jumping. Because the timing is so strict that basically, if you're jumping over an explosion or, like, sort of... If you're not there when it's exploding, you will be there when it's... like when the grenade's there, basically. Kind of how it seems to me. But it's not as if I can really opt to hit the grenade in midair instead of... Like, being able to jump through grenades in midair doesn't necessarily help with my ability to avoid the explosions. I missed him. The thing is too, especially, or at least on the way in, because there is like a timer of sorts with the closing doors, there's not really a lot of time to experiment. Certainly, well, he's gonna... Ah, I knew it. I knew it. That happened before as well. I got stuck in the door frame. Alright. So that's, how long have we been playing? About 45 minutes? 40 minutes? With zero progress? Well, zero progress isn't true because we've made it... We've cleared 3 objectives once. Twice even. And we know how that section works. But, you know, in another way, it's zero progress. Like, imagine if this game just had checkpoints. Imagine if we could start at the side-scrolling sequence, it would be totally fine. Like, I would actually enjoy the trial and error of figuring it out. If we could just focus on that section and didn't have to do this boring part first. Is this one of the last levels? No. This is mission 5 out of 8. Mission 4 was a much, much harder stealth level than this. Which, after about 3 to 4 hours of trying, we used cheat codes to finish the second half of it. The first 2 levels were just kind of plain and boring. The 3rd level, we cleared first try. So the difficulty curve is like all over the place. But I find the lack of like checkpointing and like unskippable cutscenes, like there's a lot of things like that that just feel especially strange for like a Game Boy game. It doesn't feel like it's suited for like brief sessions. And it's like the maps aren't particularly huge and the missions aren't like that long in terms of like what you have to do and how it's structured. It's just so unforgiving, and the way that the maps are designed and the way you have these like switches to open locked doors, and like they're just designed to like kind of waste your time. So everything gets like stretched out much longer than it needs to, for the sake of I don't even know what, to be honest. We have this insane music droning on and on as well. Frankly, I guess we don't necessarily need to take out that guy, but because no, we are going to come back here, right? Never mind. Gonna go up here, take out this guy. I should... Ooh, that was close. I kind of forgot his pattern. We need to pull a switch here so we can go all the way back up to the left. Avoid the 2 tricky guards. Which, again, we haven't actually failed on either of them this time. But you can't get complacent. That's how you screw up. I just want to, like, get back to boring, simple missions that aren't excruciatingly punishing. Like, in the first few missions, there were plenty of health drops, and like, enemies could generally be... Even when we had to take out enemies, we could sort of avoid them, or at least... I wonder if we can... I'm gonna see if we can see that enemy's path from there, but not really. We had a little more control over things. So it was a little easier to just kind of deal with stuff in general. Guy. I guess that's the long pattern. that the short? Oh, fuck. I've been able to guess correctly every time. Oh, that was definitely shorter. Not guess, but like correctly identify. Alright. So that was just 2 objectives taken care of. But yeah, even things like this, right? With the grenade jumping and shit, like when you land on the spikes, it's so kind of difficult to parse at times. When or why exactly you are taking damage, that it makes it difficult to adjust. Yeah, I think that's about as far as we got on the way back. Fuck. Well, I only took damage once there at least, so that could have been worse. Okay. Alright, okay, I'm realizing something. This is probably the laser beams all over again. Where Bond's hitbox is more vulnerable in the front than in the back. So we should try to undershoot the jumps somewhat. Easier said than done, granted, but that's at least because I was trying to use like the floor tiles to measure kind of how far you jump. It seemed like you jump about 1 repetition of the floor tile pattern, assuming you're landing on the same height that you're jumping from. Ah, fuck! I was so happy that I made the jump, and then I fucked it up. Yeah, I don't have to go super far away from a door. Apologies if I'm missing chat. I have to really focus on this. Jumped away from the grenade. Okay, I undershot that a little too far. Okay. The risk of jumping over there was a little too great, so I figured I'd try to make use of the opportunity to investigate the explosion's range. But, alas. Alright, that was that. That was another 15 minutes down the drain. 10 minutes, maybe. What's up, Marty.zone? Yeah, this is pretty brutal, but at least it's a relief from compared to the previous level, which was way worse. Although, in fairness, we didn't actually complete that. We cheated our way through it eventually. But this is, yeah, this is a lot easier. But it is a little worrisome. I thought for sure that the mansion level would be by far the worst level in the game. And so far that's basically true. But I based that on the fact that even in the PS1 and N64 games, that equivalent mission, the mansion mission, was the one stealth level in those games, and it was kind of bad. Well, actually, the airfield stage was also kind of a stealth level in the N64 game, but that section was like part of the mansion mission in the Game Boy game. But basically, once we got to this point in the game, in the other games, there was no more stealth shit, and it was pretty fine. So I was kind of expecting that to be the case here, but then now you, like, because this is what it is, and I don't know, I'm a little worried that the rest of the game is going to be terrible. Anyone have advice on carrying big items? I would get or borrow a cart of some kind. Otherwise, my experience is mostly carrying something in my arms and it being too heavy and me realizing I should have gotten something to carry it. Like one of those things that have like a, I don't know, what do you call them? I forget. Thing with like wheels. And like a handle that you can carry a thing on, whatever. Probably, yeah. Something like that. Granted, if it's anything, if the weather's anything like it is here, might not be the best, oh. Might be a little arduous with snow and everything, but I guess you're not really getting around that either, if that's the case. But yeah, this is the, like, the grenade spike jumping stuff is, like, pretty terrible. But to be frank, this is the brutal part. Having to redo this every time. Having to redo this is tedious and boring, and you kind of forget the specifics of how to do the next section. And it's easy to let your guard down, and then you fail, and you have to do this again. And it's just loathsome. Oh my god! I walked 2 pixels too far. Don't I have to wait another loop? Okay, I was like a half a tile too low, and it actually still worked. So that's good to know. But you can be aligned pretty far below, but not very far above. And it'll still work. Upgology. This is quite frustrating, but we're doing this in the name of science, so it's all good. It's all good. And I mean, after what we experienced in Mission 4, this is like sweet relief. It's like knowing what's in the rearview mirror, making this a little more palatable. Like knowing that, whoa, I didn't even press down and I'm gonna get fucking caught. Ugh! Okay, yep, that's another 5 minutes wasted. 4 minutes. Just instant fail into restarting the whole mission with no checkpoint into a little unskippable cutscene. Dude, this is fucking... You know, every game we've played, like, this is game number, what, 23? I feel like at least 17 of the games we've played have promised on the back of the box that we're experiencing James Bond's biggest and most deadly mission yet. I think this is the game to finally live up to that promise. Oh, I'm too high up. Nope. So, like, Bond has never been more awkward to control. At least when it comes to combat. Like, there have been weird platformy stuff in a few games and whatnot, but like in games that ask you to actually take out enemies using weapons, this game does not give the impression of James Bond being a particularly skilled... Well, I was gonna say marksman, but really anything. A skilled walker. He walks at a very brisk pace. I guess is, you know, at least we got that. The walk speed could have been like half of this. But we're really grasping for straws in terms of finding something positive to say about the game there, I think. read about my scoring system. We're talking about the bond quotient. It's an important factor to determine which games are the most James Bond. I think this will score reasonably higher than a lot for sure, given that it's just taking a lot from the movie. But it's also a lot of those elements. It is kind of doing the absolute bare minimum or a pretty shitty version of them. But it's important to note that the bond quotient is merely one of several factors that will be used to determine final ranking of bonds at the end of the project. And it's an evolving science. The exact details of what we chart and how we value it will... it's subject to further development. But it is certainly interesting to see what elements have been present and not in games, and which games, regardless of their quality, actually manage to rank pretty highly, just in terms of like checking off certain things. And there's a certain combination of things that like very few games have actually managed. Sound exactly like Jeff Gerstmann ranking every fighting game. I'll take that as a compliment. Like, when we first started putting it together, because we didn't chart this from the very beginning, this was something I kind of came up with. I think we started doing it for the 1-year anniversary, actually, so it's relatively recent. That was in mid-October. So we kind of went over the games we had played up to that point. And one thing that I hadn't really thought about until we kind of looked at it was the gun barrel sequence. Like, one of the very first games... View to a Kill on C64 had a gun barrel sequence, I think it was. And after that, like, it pretty much didn't happen again until, like, GoldenEye. Which is, like, weird, because it's such an iconic thing that is, like, relatively easy to actually recreate, right? We saw it in this game. I think maybe the first Game Boy game might have had one. But, like, it's... Okay, I have to pay attention here. It's surprising for how, like, simple you would think. This, I'm pretty sure, is the long cycle. Is it? Yeah. Having the gun barrel sequence at the beginning is like such a simple way to just instantly set the tone, right? Like, that's how the movies start, and if you start your game that way, it feels like a James Bond game. But you know, for like 10, 15 years, like, hardly anyone thought to do it. And we're gonna see... I'm excited to see it becoming more of a thing, but so far it really hasn't been... like, mimicking a typical Bond film opening credit sequence. Tomorrow Never Dies got points for that, because that's like the coolest thing for especially a game based directly on a movie. They actually use the exact opening credits from the film, like the animation, but with, like, replaced with the game's development credits, which I thought was really sick. So hard to get through. But I know we're gonna see that in, like, Nightfire and stuff. And I'm assuming that's gonna be more of a norm moving forward. Okay, so far, really good. Yeah, neutral jump, for some reason, doesn't go high enough to jump up. Okay, that's it, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, focus time. Doing great on health, but it deals more than enough damage to kill us off pretty quickly if we not careful. Fuck. Case in point. That's pretty bad. Not paying attention. Nice. Pretty screwed now, I think. It's fucked up. This is so fucked up. You have to do a horizontal jump to get up there. I was trying to jump, like, sort of past the explosion to land on the left edge, but it's so hard to judge your, like, horizontal range. But that's a PB. I fucked up a few things there, and if I'd... Yeah. Maybe? We keep inching further every attempt, we'll get it on this or maybe the next one. So we're already been playing a little bit over an hour today, by the way. Probably get it. Has this entire game got the box factory atmosphere? I mean, a not insignificant degree of it certainly does. I mean, this is a nuclear facility. It's got a bit more crates, I think, here than in some of the other versions we've seen. The mansion level, I think, had a little bit of a cooler atmosphere, but of course it was horrendous for other reasons. But even the parts that are supposed to kind of take place in more visually interesting locales haven't been that visually compelling, I guess we could say. But yeah, like the hedge maze in the garden was alright. Like the little forest section where you had the animated sort of palette changing nightfall. Like it gradually got darker. Like that was pretty cool. Like that was a nice... Like had a nice atmosphere. Like even the other versions of the game, I had to do that to not get caught. Like in those games, this level didn't quite look like this, but it's still like an underground tunnel science facility kind of level. But I think, to be perfectly frank, the idea of box factory atmosphere extends beyond boxes and factory settings. Like, does the entire rest of the game look like it tastes like cardboard? Yeah, kind of, a little bit. I think that's kind of more the true meaning of it, really. And like the thing is, you have some games where you end up in like these really boring tile sets. Games that have pretty elaborate or at least well executed, like technically well crafted pixel art, or you know, it can be 3D for that matter, and it just they have the boringest kind of settings. You know, obviously sewer levels are also pretty what's the word? You know, they have kind of a reputation for being boring. And in some games you have that where it's a cool looking game and you get to a sewer level or a factory level or a warehouse level and it's just like, ugh. But this doesn't really have that, because even the levels that are more in ostensibly more exciting or interesting locations don't really feel more exciting, because even if visually they're a little more pleasant to look at, perhaps, you have this droning soundtrack, you're spending most of the game just walking around. Like, it's a rather dull game. Helvetka's Scenario, thank you very much for the follow. Also, Plunge87, is that your name? Sorry, I didn't catch you before. Thank you very much for following. But I think mostly, like, I think this game mostly kind of looks... Whoa, I forgot that this was a thing. Okay, that could have been really bad. If the game played well, like, if the environments felt a little more alive... and if it wasn't this, like, tedious stealth shit, like, it would have, you'd be more kind of, patient with it. I like, Christmas Jones, like, sideways walking animation is pretty good. We barely get to see it here, but she's got, like, she swings her shoulders in a way that looks pretty funny. She's got this real swagger. Alright, let's go again. But yeah, walking past, like, the explosion like that is actually pretty easy. Because you can kind of wait for the explosion to clear entirely, and you have a good amount of time before the next explosion. It's not as tight as I felt like it kind of was. Ooh, that was too early. Nope. Okay. Nice. That was... Fuck. Okay. I tried to jump, but I got, like, stuck. So you have to, like... Worked out. It's a little scary when you have to jump forward, but you're in a spot where you can't walk forward. Oh, that was badly timed. Oh, fuck. Okay, we're doing really badly now. Because then you have to, like, tap forward and jump, like, simultaneously. Yes? No. If you try to tap forward, like, a frame after you press the jump button, then you get a neutral jump. Whew. Okay, so we're pretty bad on health, but we have enough, or will have enough, like, if we execute perfectly. Certainly a big if, but technically we have been doing better and better, like, on average. Like, there have been individual jumps that I have learned, or, like, at least succeeded with once, and then I fucked them up next time. But, like, my general track record has been improving. Like so. Gonna be more health, I believe, sometime? No. Ah! That was a bad jump. I'm fucked. Okay. So the explosions seem like they maybe hurt me less than the spikes, but... Oh my god! Ah! See, even with that shit health, that was still a PB. So, I figured out how to jump up there through the explosion, basically. I'll admit, I was expecting that I'd be able to grab that health on the way up, jumping there, but I had to jump down to get the health. Obviously, the margins were such that I didn't want to risk... Like, it was still a good choice to get the health first, because I didn't actually take damage while trying to get the health. And that health, I guess... Actually, did it make any difference? Did I get hit? Because I think the health... Man, now I'm confused. Because I think I thought I managed to avoid the explosion. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I still got hit by the explosion also. But then I got hit landing on the spikes and that killed me. But I'm feeling pretty confident. Like, being able to get that close despite fucking up a few other things. I don't know. It's like a little rough because even with some confidence, like, the confidence might be misplaced. Because even though it feels like I'm kind of doing better on average and I'm learning to avoid certain things, like, am I really? I'm not sure. Or, you know, for everything that I learned to avoid, I might just be, you know, getting hit by something else, either to be due to being sloppy or more likely having passed certain obstacles. Like, it's the kind of thing, you know, you can always get past something on sheer luck without realizing. Like, if you're getting past a difficult thing in a game on your first attempt, you'll have no idea how much of it was luck and how much of it was skill or whatever else, right? I've definitely had that happen where I do something and I never, like, it doesn't occur to me that it's like a big roadblock or a really challenging section because I didn't actually have trouble with it. But it wasn't because, you know, I mastered it. It's just because I, for some reason or another, happened to not really be exposed to the part that's tricky about it. Or, you know, in this case, I'm, you know, maybe making a jump a certain way, not thinking too much about it, and it just so happens that it was like the one perfect correct pixel to do it. And if you didn't even realize what you did, you don't even know what pixel to aim for when trying to recreate it. Or whatever the case may be. Essentially, even the easy parts are a threat. There's no, like, you can't be complacent. No room for complacency. Fuck, I really want to clear this mission. Like, even if the next one is just as bad, just knowing that we've, like, made progress would be a good feeling. Like, we're past the halfway point. And once we clear this mission, there's only 3 missions left. So, I mean, that counts for something. It's always a little terrifying, by the way, that whenever you hit enemies, they automatically face you when they do their, like, knockout animation. Like, if you were getting caught, you'd know, but I still always get it ever so often, I should say. Not every time, but ever so often, at least if it's like, if I'm unsure about the timing or if I feel like I'm just barely catching them, I'm like, oh shit, like they were turning around. as if I was just about to be discovered. And of course, if they actually had been turning around, they would have seen me instantly, so it's a moot point, but you can feel that way. I hate that I just have to kind of have a feel for whether I think it's the long or short cycle. I'm pretty sure this is the long cycle. We should be back quite soon. Yep. So far, I've been correct every time. But I can't help feeling like, man, when's my luck gonna run out? And it's literally like the very last obstacle in that section as well. Whew. But man, just doing that part, it's not even a particularly satisfying feeling, like getting it down either. It's just maybe because it doesn't really feel like a display of skill getting it right, just like a display of patience, maybe. I guess in my case, shouldn't be anything to be scoffed at. I typically don't feel like patience is my strong suit. That was poorly timed. Actually, I knew that I jumped early, but I would have thought that I was more early. It was not as badly timed as I thought. That one is so difficult, but at least I only got hit by the explosion. It's still worth trying to get that jump right. Oh, fuck. Because I think maybe getting hit by the spikes is more damage, but probably not, to be honest. This one you can at least... Oh my god! Why did I land there? Okay. So we got more health than last time. See, those things on the left, I thought those were like Tetris pieces that we had to do something with or something, but... thankfully, we just have to get out of here. It's also kind of nice to know that the entire section is kind of repopulated with items, so I was thinking before, like, oh, should I hold off on collecting health to save it for the escape sequence, but it's all, like, separate anyway, so it's fine. And it's shockingly generous of the game to actually hand out all this health in this part. Oh, okay. That sucked. I was trying a risky new strat, which I guess... well, it turned out to be risky, I didn't realize. What I was trying to do is I was trying to jump onto the platform and land on the platform and outside of the explosion's range. Not realizing / forgetting that if you land on the very edge of a platform, chances are you're just gonna fall down immediately, and that's what happened. And even when I did that, like, it was in a rough spot because I could have jumped up to the platform, but of course there were explosions happening on the platform. Maybe I could have jumped right to escape, probably, but I opted to try to walk through it and ended up taking like 3 hits from the spikes, so that was just like half health right there. One poor decision, and here we are. So another... actually, I should check what the mission timer is at by the time we start that section. I forgot to do that before. Because at any point you can check your like objective screen, and it'll tell you what your current time is. Whew. So it's been my hope that we can finish this game today. We can leave it behind us and move on to better and brighter things. What's up, Sting? I mean, playing this game gives the impression that... I mean, I suppose it does give the impression that being a spy is very fraught with danger and risk. But it sort of also gives the impression that you don't really have to be particularly skilled to just, like, become 00 agent. Gotta have, like, a brisk walking speed. But your command of weapons and gadgets doesn't have to be anything very remarkable. Then again, Bond performing at this level is arguably also related to us failing our mission 800 times before we get it right. So if Bond was actually demonstrating a more appropriate level of skill and capability than than what he's doing right here, maybe we wouldn't be stuck on these missions for hours and hours. Oh, wait for this guy. But as I said the first time we played this, there is a sense of... I don't know what word to use exactly, but there's a sense of excitement, I guess, to the unpredictability and the fact that, like, we are still capable of running into these games that are that show up and represent such a large part of the spectrum of quality. I reckon the mobile games that we're going to be getting into soon will have a similar vibe, where I guess with those, the level of expectation on my part is not going to be that high to begin with. They're all going to be pretty small and kind of unassuming games, just in general, I suppose. But I figured before I started this project that the British microcomputer era would be like the complete Wild West. And once we get past the early console days and into kind of the post GoldenEye 3D games, and like it's all Electronic Arts, eventually Activision, that things in general would just have this average level of... Let's see if we can see her swagger a little bit. Look at that. So good. That would just have this kind of, you know, all rough edges sanded off, this friction-free, generally adequate, generally polished, generally sort of inoffensive quality to the games. Yeah, 4:57. That's so 5 minutes before we can try again. Oh boy. But this game shows us that, at least in this era, we're still capable of games that are not just bad, but bad in surprising ways. I wouldn't necessarily say that this game's bad in interesting ways. But it's bad in different ways than any of the games we've played previously. And we've got a good couple of Game Boy Advance and DS games. And they're going to be fun to compare to their console counterparts. I hope they won't be this bad, but even if they are, like... This project would get kind of boring, because, like, that was my experience when I played every Batman game. that once we got to the kind of the home stretch where almost every game on the list was either an Arkham game or a Lego game, and there was like the Telltale games were in there too. But like for the last like 10 or so entries on that list, including some of the DLC campaigns for the Arkham games and such, obviously it's not that the level of quality was low, but going from game to game was never that exciting. When you look at the early like PS2, Xbox, Batman games, or certainly the you know, NES, Mega Drive, Game Boy, PC Engine, Super Nintendo, like there was such a variety, like so many different games based on the different movies from all kinds of different developers, different genres. Like they were just so different. But once you got to these like modern games, the average length of each game was much longer, and each game was kind of just didn't offer as many surprises, and you just kind of see, you kind of, you know, every game is a little bit of a known quantity, and it's like, all right, 8 streams of this thing that we kind of know what it is. Just, you know, wasn't as interesting of a kind of academic exercise at that point. You know, some of the late Batman games are some of my favorites, so it's not that I didn't have a good time, except for when I was doing Arkham Knight. Holy shit. But it was like the early parts when we could finish 2 Batman games in a single stream. Like that was exciting, because it was so, like, everything was so different. And that's honestly like one of the misgivings I've had about not this project in particular necessarily, because Bond is interesting in that it just kind of cuts off at 2012, right before, or like kind of on the cusp of games, big brand games becoming really long and tedious. But still, you know, we get enough of a modern taste that we'll see the very last couple of Bond games, I'm sure, will feel quite different from the early 3D stuff. But when I was planning this project, I had other candidates. There were other ideas. I narrowed it down to a handful, and I eventually opted for Bond in the end. And this was a big reason why. Looking at some of the other similar, like, themes with a similar scope to Batman and James Bond, Bond I felt was the most interesting, because there are so many mobile games, so many games I haven't played, and not having a stretch of like modern games at the end felt like, oh, you know, that's I kind of appreciate that. And it's kind of, it's just nice to know that we can still have a weird variety of quality. Because so far, like, we had some of that in the microcomputer days, but they were still more playable and enjoyable than I expected. So I wasn't expecting that game number 23 for the Game Boy Color would be like the least enjoyable so far, but it is. Free Big Avelli, what's up? Yeah, Lara Croft that we saw there, that's Christmas Jones, aka Denise Richards. They just gave her a little bit of a colorful shirt. Yeah, I appreciate. There's a lot of gray and brown, so why not? And yes, there certainly are several J2ME games, and in fact, if you are curious for what we are going to be playing, you have the official spreadsheet right there, and you'll find the list of games. We have links to Twitch VODs and YouTube archives of the playthroughs of all games, and there's also, in the game list, you'll notice that with like one exception, because it was actually added later, the links, if you click the link on the game title in the list, it'll take you to that, like the time code for the YouTube archive of the opening, like the first stream we did for the entire project, where you went over the whole game list. So if you see something here, you have no idea what it is, you can click the link and you can get my introduction. And in a lot of cases, most of these games I haven't played before. So I did a little bit of research on them, but it's not as if I can speak to them authoritatively, which is part of the point. I want to experience all this as we go. But you'll see that there's quite a few J2ME games. It's a little while before we get to the first one. We have Agent Under Fire and Nightfire to get through first, and there's a couple of versions of Nightfire. But then 007 Ice Racer and Hover Chase will be the first 2 mobile games. which Ice Racer is based on Die Another Day. I forget if Hover Chase is supposedly based on anything in particular. I want to say that game, if I recall reading about it, it was like, it was basically a reskinned version of a previous game from the developer that they just like got a 007 license to slap on it. But given that Ice Racer is specifically based on Die Another Day, we will be watching that film. We've been watching on my Discord Bond films as they come up. Because I want to, every time we're playing a game that's specifically based on a film, I want to make sure that I have the film kind of fresh in memory. So we can judge kind of the faithfulness to the film. And in some cases, like with this game, having watched the film helps, because if you haven't, the actual plot as presented by the game is absolutely indecipherable. And I'm looking forward to that. I haven't seen Die Another Day. I mean, obviously I know that it doesn't have a very good reputation, but I'm sure we'll have a good time. Shame that movie didn't get like a proper console game adaptation, but at least we get one little mobile game to justify watching it. Okay. One thing I would kind of like to know a little bit better is sort of how strict the hitbox is for that explosion, but I don't particularly want to stay to find out. Actually timed that jump correctly for once. 2 doors. Fuck that up, but health there, so that's okay. That's so difficult. 3 doors. Oh my god! Oh, for sure I got that jump. Four. I fucked that up again. Alright, so there's 5 doors all in all. It just dawned on me that I didn't properly count them before, so I figured I might as well do that now. Door 1, obviously, quite easy. Of course, there's a section, there's 5 doors, but then there's the 5th door is not the exit. There's still the last section after door 5. Oh, fuck! I pressed jump. Okay, so that's door 2. Locked up pretty bad there. No, why did I jump there? No, bad jump. Okay. Ooh. No. Fuck. I kept thinking that the reason I was staying there by the other guard is like, is he actually dropping these at a set rate? Because it kind of felt like sometimes there's like a fast drop and a slow drop. But then I watched the guy throw a couple of bombs and I was like, nah, that's just my imagination. And then the very next guy, I don't know if it has to do with the, like, as he gets spawned on screen, there's no bomb there. So like the timing on the first bomb just seems slower. I want to take a little bit more time to study the patterns. So I feel like where I went for it there at the end, there's like no way I could have gotten through there. What's up, Mendel? How's the game going? We've been playing for about an hour and a half today. And we're still on the same level. So, last time we... At the very end of the stream, we finished this first section. So we kind of learned how to do this part. And today, I think, twice, maybe? I think we've had maybe 2 attempts where we fucked up and actually failed during this part and had to redo it. But otherwise, almost every attempt has made it to the second half of the level. And it's just been an hour and a half of spending 5 minutes doing the first part, and then spending a few minutes trying to figure out how to survive the second part. Is this level worse than the previous one? No. The previous level was worse by far. This level starts with a 4 or 5 minute stealth section. And then it has an action part that's like very punishing. But it's at least more engaging. And we have been making steady progress in figuring out how to get through it. The previous level started with a 4 or 5 minute stealth section. Then after that was a 4 or 5 minute stealth section. Then after that was a 4 to 5 minute section where you have to like follow this one dude. That's also a stealth section. And then after that was another like several minutes long stealth section. And of course throughout the entire mission, if you get spotted once, it's an instant mission fail and there are no checkpoints. It's pretty absurd. It's very absurd, in fact. So we spent like 2-3 hours learning how to get through the first 2 sections. But by the time we got to the 3rd section, it felt too daunting to trying to figure it out. Again, if there had been checkpoints, it would have been perfectly fine. Like each section being strict is okay if I can at least try it again. But the fact that you have to do like 10 sustained minutes of not necessarily highly difficult stuff, but like you have to be focused, because if you slip up, then you have to restart again. Like having to do 10 minutes before you can even attempt to try something to figure out what you're doing in the next part, that's the really brutal part. But just having checkpoints would make a vast difference. Like this level would have been fun. Right now it's like a little bit annoying, the second part. It's okay, but it's quite annoying because the stuff you get sort of... I mean, you notice when I make mistakes and stuff, like it's still strict and the jumping is so clunky and awkward that a lot of the time when you take damage or you miss something, it doesn't necessarily feel like you messed up, like, because it's just very unforgiving. But it's the having to do these 5 minutes before I get to even try again that makes it like really demoralizing when you just have a bad attempt. Because it just feels like you... Just knowing that you have to waste all that extra time. I'm glad that we've been able to get this part more consistent, because even the first part of the mansion level had more perilous stuff like the laser beams and the cameras and stuff that are a little harder to predict. Like your hitbox is a little weird. So I'm like, when we're redoing the part that I already know, like, it's more consistent in this level. How is this a portable game? Yeah, that's the thing. Like, by 2001, keep in mind this game came out in 2001. So it's not like, well, you know, people didn't know any better. Not that the games are particularly similar, but keep in mind, you know, for frame of reference of some sort, this came out the same year as Metal Gear Solid 2. Like, it's not as if the idea of how to make, like, entertaining stealth bits was, like, foreign. Like, if this had been, I don't know, if the original Game Boy Bond game from, like, 97, 98 had this stuff, like, I'd still be bad and I would still find it baffling. But it's extra baffling in that context. But, yeah, and then the idea that it's so not well suited for, like, short sessions. Not to overly praise Nintendo, but they figured out 20 years earlier with Game & Watch how to make a game that people play on the bus. Yeah, it's just, it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. Alright. I don't know if that jump helped, but it sort of felt like it, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, so there's that whole section after the final door. Look at how much damage I took. Holy shit. I didn't need to make that jump. I was just thinking like, oh, let me jump out of the way. Fucking hit the... Yeah, you get so little health from that health thing. This is already a pretty bad attempt, but I've salvaged worse. Yeah, see, he's waiting there. That's the fast loop. Now he's gonna wait longer. So he chucks 2 grenades. Oops. Oh, I missed it. Game over. Okay. So you can imagine that that cutscene playing and getting a mission fail is a little confusing if we didn't see the door close, which is what happened the first time I got to that section. I had no idea there was a timer. Alright, I'm not surprised that happened, because I was definitely sticking around. Probably should have done that on the way out. But the pattern of his grenades was definitely a bit confusing. But there were times when he was idling for like half a second after the explosion, and there were times where he basically chucked a new grenade the instant the first one exploded. So there's something to that, and I think that was the guy. Like, I don't know, everything feels pretty different on the way back. So I'm not... Hitbox. So I don't know, but I guess like I'm not sure what changes in that section on your way back, but I think the enemies are not stationed in the same places at least. But it's about the equivalent, like we were in that like final or next to final room where we had that guy with the weird grenade timing. Anyway. Let's try again in 5 minutes. Have I played the Game Boy Color Metal Gear? I have, but it's been about 20 years. I cannot claim to have an extremely firm recollection of the game. One of those things I'd be curious to revisit at some point, but not really something that's been a priority. Like, outside of a project like this, I was lucky. Where for practical reasons, I don't have and can't necessarily rely on having a physical copy of every game we're doing. We have to resort to emulation for, you know, practical purposes. But outside of that, I tend to mostly want to play and stream stuff that I have in my collection. Because I buy a lot of old stuff, and I feel I should play it. So when it comes to a lot of stuff like that, old games that are cool and interesting, and it's like, hypothetically, like, yeah, I'd like to play this sometime. If it's something that I don't have, and or something that it's like not really realistic that I will likely get, it's just kind of naturally going to end up pretty far from the top of the priority list, unless I just have a real specific interest or something comes up that makes me really curious to play it. Like, it's happened. But usually if we're doing stuff that I'm playing on emulator, it's almost always because there's some other purpose. It doesn't have to be a big project like this, but I've done other like theme streams and stuff. We did I did a series of streams where we played like over the summer a few years ago, we had like a Final Fight marathon where we played like every port of Final Fight and all the sequels and everything. And we did a Double Dragon marathon that was really fun too. There were like 15 different versions of the original Double Dragon. And again, for stuff like that, like, I'd be using emulator for most of it. But I also did, we did a series of streams where we played Bruce Lee games and Jackie Chan games, which were a lot of fun. That was a long-ass time ago. That was like 2016 or something, maybe? But just randomly picking a game that's like, oh yeah, I'd like to play this, boot it up. Doesn't happen very frequently. I probably could follow him there. Because this is the long loop, and I always wait for him to come back into the short loop. Frankly, it's like, it's worth not taking that risk for the safety. But it's been consistent enough that I get, like, I'm pretty sure he's just on a global timer. But because I do the first section so consistently every time, the timing ends up being the same. So I might as well just follow him. Alright, let's try not to fuck it up. I don't know why I did that. That's a waste of time. Again, I don't know if these doors are on like a global timer or if they kind of like reset. Yeah, see? No need to jump there. Yeah. And watch him and see if he chucks a grenade like instantly. Fuck. Oh my god. How did I get a neutral jump there? That worked out alright. Even got some data there. Knew that jump wasn't going to be enough the instant I made it. We're about half health. And we're going to get one more health right off the bat. Not great, but I think our PB, or an attempt that got about, like, almost the furthest we've gotten, was made on less health than this, so... possible, but we have to be diligent and we have to not fuck up. Felt like he got more health. Again, I don't know if there is a timer at this point, because if there is, it's certainly not shown anywhere. Got hit once, that's pretty bad, but Better than getting hit 2 or 3 times. Thing is, I have to jump off that platform because if I walk off of it, I fall into the spike, so... Perfect. Nice. Excellent. Maybe. Could be the last door. Nope. Racing. Health here? Why is there health here? I'm not gonna get that. Oh! Ah. Oh. 9 minutes. Sick. It only took us about 3 hours to beat this 9-minute level. Feels very good. I feel very accomplished doing that properly. Thank you for thank you for all your encouraging messages in chat. Oh man, I really wanted to finish this before like going on break. Now I feel like in I didn't want to go on break and come back and have to do this shit again. Fuck, that feels good. All right, 3 levels to go. Imagine if we have, like, if it's like those other games where, all right, we got the stealth shit taken care of, now it's just straightforward. Because even this, like, the weird platforming shit, it was more engaging and more fun than the walking around pulling switches and whatever. But it's not what the game was like before either, so... If we're going back to, like, more standard gameplay from before, it doesn't really matter if it's easy or difficult, it's still going to be less boring and tedious, which is, like, the worst thing. Want to give this game a new chance? Well, I mean, keep in mind that we cheated our way through level 4. Level 4 is insane. I mean, for this one, you have to put up with 5 minutes of not that difficult once you've learned it, but kind of tedious and boring stealth stuff before you have this awkward platforming. Level 4 is like that first 5 minutes of this level, but significantly more demanding and like 5 times longer. So... yeah, like I said, this level took us about 3 hours to complete. Level 4 took us about 3 hours to get to the halfway point. So, yeah. Honestly, I don't, like, do I even really want to talk about it anymore? Not really. Okay, there's an explosion. We're supposed to get a password here sooner or later, but if for some reason we don't or I miss it, I have the passwords all here on Game FAQ, so that's fine. There we go. Film strip, gun, watch, reticle. Or, like Game FAQs calls them, rectangle, chip, gun, watch, and aim. Like, I'm not crazy, right? That first thing is a film strip, right? It's not a rectangle chip. Even these icons are not that pretty to look at, though. But whatever, they do the job. Well, we're not really going to give a proper briefing or introduction to the next missions, as we don't for any of them. But to whatever extent we will get any kind of context for what we're supposed to do next, that'll happen once I press the A button. So instead, I'm going to press this key right here. It's going to pause the timer. I'm going to go exhale for a little bit. And I will be back shortly with more The World Is Not Easy. Let me get my volume mixer up here so we can mute this godforsaken cacophony, get some actual music going. And I'll see you guys in just a little bit. Hang on, where's my thing here? Alright. Isn't that nice? Alright, see you guys in a little bit. Whew. All right. I'm refreshed, relaxed, in a moment, hydrated. And I'm good to go. Let's just get our full spectrum of Bond experience with some audio. There we go. Got our password noted down. Sorry, our access. Wait, hang on. It says password up top, and then it says access code below. Oh, whatever. It's an access password. It'll do. It's fine. It's probably meant to be microfilm. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. So, Elektra doesn't want Zukovsky to tell you what he knows. Get back to him as fast as possible and secure his safety. Alright, so... Oh, timer. So this is like after... Like, Bond seeks out Zukovsky again. He goes to his, like, casino and finds him. Elektra's there, and, like, she conspicuously loses $1 million or whatever it is. And they sort of piece together that, like, yeah, okay, so he's, like, laundering money for her or whatever. And I don't remember the exact series of events, but they end up around Zukovsky's, like, caviar factory or whatever. And then you have these giant saw blade helicopters cutting through the buildings and the walkways and whatever else. And, you know, it's an action-packed scene that, of course, warrants translating when you're making a video game version. And in fact, it's one of the cooler levels in both the PS1 and N64 games. Only the PS1 game has the casino sequence before it, though. That's pretty sweet. But yeah, like, good luck figuring out what the hell... Like, what's M even talking about? Elektra doesn't want Zukovsky to tell you what he knows. Get back to him. Like, what? Did we see him already? Like, what happened in between? Literally, the last thing we saw happen was we narrowly escaped an explosion in some underground nuclear facility. And we're, like, dusting ourselves off. And then M is like, so Elektra doesn't want Zukovsky to tell you what he knows. Get back to him as, like, okay, sure. Sure. Oh, you got your monitor? Congrats. Yeah, I can relate, Doom Noob. I don't drive, I don't have a driver's license, so anytime I have, like, package deliveries and it's like a big, funky package, I never want to inconvenience others to ask for help either, so I'm always in this terrible conundrum of how to deal with it. So whenever I manage, it's always a great relief. Yeah, we have to secure his safe. Well, we have to be secure in our knowledge that he's safe. Gain entry to fishery. Find Zukovsky for questioning. Destroy Sawcopter. Are we gonna have a boss fight, or is that gonna be a cutscene? You never know in this game. Half of the objectives happen, like, in a cutscene. Let's see what John Cleese has to say. Well, no doubt you'll be able to persuade Mr. Zukovsky to talk, one way or another. Well, thank you, John Cleese, for that vote of confidence. I'm happy that you believe in me and my abilities, despite what I've demonstrated so far. It's not a very helpful piece of advice, though, is it? Am I supposed to torture him? Is that the implication here? Anyway, gain entry. I hope that doesn't mean stealth. But, find out. Okay, I think I can make out a boat in this picture. Baku, Azerbaijan. Okay, slightly more exciting tile set. Oh, we have a gun again. I haven't had a gun in a while. Okay. We don't have a silencer. Oh, Oh, wait. Let me equip my fists. Oh, thank God. We're just back to this gameplay again. We just walk and punch. Fish. That's a good truck. Good building, for that matter. See, this is what the game used to be in the first few levels. This is the staircase. Yeah. There's gun ammo here. Oh, dude, I'm so relaxed right now. All we have to do is walk and punch dudes. No fucking grenades, no strict timer, no stealth. No laser beams. And punch him from over here, but... And map sizes have been pretty much the exact same so far, so there's no reason to suspect. Like, even a mission that's longer is going to be just comprised of multiple maps. And you don't typically do that much traveling back and forth between maps. So we might just have like more sections after one another. Oh, there's a locked door. Is this the fishery that we're meant to gain access to? Nope. I like that there's just two reclining chairs in an empty room. Alright, we got license to punch. They like health everywhere. But you can see, like, for sure, the visuals here are a little more interesting to look at than the underground nuclear facility. But the game still doesn't feel, like, riveting. That's a key card. Okay, so maybe we can open that door before. Okay, we're at the bottom corner of the map. How many of these empty rooms? Yeah, that's another thing that's, like, really weird. Walk on this, I guess. About this game. Like a strange oversight. Like, even just compared to previous Bond games. And I don't just mean like GoldenEye and Tomorrow Never Dies, but just like every Bond game. Is that there's no way... You don't have an inventory. You have weapons that you can swap between. You have your objective screen. But you may recall that we collected a white key card. There's no way to see that I have that. Whenever you have or collect or use gadgets, like Q gadgets, those also do not show up anywhere. They're just not visible at any point. Oh, we gained access to fishery, so I guess I used the key to get in here. Find Sukovsky for a question. Yeah, the objectives are usually like a very linear... Like, you've completed one, and then you can just move on, and... So we're probably done, like 2.5 minutes. We're probably done with the first map section. Oh. Oh. I have like sync up the animation. Luckily there's health here. Also this room, there was just nothing. Oh yeah, you can technically interact with some stuff. I love that so many of these like props and decorations are completely out of scale. And yeah, we're back to Box Factory Zone. But like, it's ridiculous how inept these enemies are when they don't have the ability to insta-fail you on sight. And it's just absurd how much more relaxing and frankly enjoyable the game becomes. Do I figure the sawcopter will be a boss? Will we find it somewhere on the map as a regular item? Oh, I'm sure... I expect it to kind of be its own scene. Yeah, I like that this guy's aim, like his gun is like offset to the side, so if I stand right in front of him, he couldn't hit me, basically. I don't know how kind of specialized... Did I raise a platform? Whoa! That was an elevator to another floor. I see. I don't know. It could be just a cutscene. It could be some kind of elaborate boss fight. That's a blue key card. I mean, I hope it's not a big elaborate boss fight, because firing guns in this game is fucking miserable. Assuming we're meant to, like, fire guns at it. So what? I don't even know what weapon this is supposed to be, but... Oh, I can show you what it's like to fire the gun, I guess. That's me firing the gun as fast as possible. Actually not a bad use of the gun. I could take out that guy. Like, but it's so awkward, and he's just, like, standing there. If he's not just standing there, then, like, more difficult to hit him. So we went to this floor, and we collected... Oh, works out. A blue key card. I guess we go back to the other floor. Of course, the game, if you reach a locked door, typically it flashes the text locked above your sprite. But there's zero acknowledgement of when you actually use a key. So if you collect a key before you reach the door that it unlocks, you basically will never know what the key was ever for. So the sense of progression can be a little confusing for that reason. Oh, there's a green key card. Okay. I assume we're gonna need it, so... But, I mean, you can see how much more forgiving the game is. Like, by orders of magnitude compared to the stealth shit, and even the grenade platforming section. I think that's about the amount that heals, so... And, like, even though the maps are a bit maze-like, you basically kind of end up stumbling into where you need to go, for the most part. So we're supposed to find Zukovsky somewhere. Like, there's pickups and stuff. Like, we are, as far as I can tell, continuing to go to places we haven't been before. So that basically constitutes too close progress. This is not the elevator we came down on, so... I'm not a big fan of these. Just... Like, is it supposed to... Can we see the lower floor down below here? I guess not. Like, we can't really... I mean, the spatial relationship between these elevators should at least match up, I would hope, but... I don't know. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Like, you just align yourself on the right spot on this elevator tile. It starts shuffling you. Luckily, they are about as slow on the draw as you are, so... Unless you're in a really narrow hallway, pretty straightforward to just avoid bullets. Okay, this looks like... Okay, that's a unique sprite. That's Zukovsky. Well, unique. It's not an enemy, so that's... Oh, he's even got his little cane. Okay, we found him. So now we fight the Sawcopter. Destroy Sawcopter. Okay, so it could be like a puzzle fight. In the PS1 game, it kind of was, right? In the N64 game, we had to use the rocket launcher. What's up, Vinot79? The guards seem quite nonplussed at Bond pummeling their colleagues. Oh, I'll do you one better. They're quite nonplussed about themselves being pummeled. Like, if they're in part of their route, they can be... Or even when you shoot them, if they're, like, patrolling and you shoot them from a distance, they're like, get, like, shot 3 times, but they'll keep just walking back and forth, and it won't change their pattern or anything. It's quite something. But they sure as shit don't give a crap about their colleagues either, so, I mean, you're not wrong. Okay, so, I mean, we'll equip a gun. Ooh. Okay, it doesn't seem like gun is doing much. Okay. Oh, I was gonna say, I can't jump or anything. I can jump. Oh, no. I mean, this seems cool, but oh no. There's a key up there. Okay. Okay. Did I... Key? Supposed to like find my car or something? Okay, so that ladder just doesn't lead anywhere. Can't drop off of it either. I'm just like terrified because I'll have one shot and then I have to redo everything and like... Yeah, too late. Like, he just destroyed too many platforms. Ooh, wait, hang on. I guess I can... Oh, I fucked up. Nope. I can go with this. Like, I guess he destroyed too many platforms. Oh, okay. What's this? Is that like a P90 with an extra barrel at the back? Or a stock? Supposed to be a grenade launcher? I aimed upwards without aiming. Is that my car? I think that might be my car. Or what's left of it. There was a grenade thing. Do I have like one opportunity to hit it with this? It's above me? Yeah, see there's a grenade up there. Something. Of course I missed. It's surprisingly like cool in how elaborate it is, but also, what am I supposed to do? Will that respawn? Probably not. I guess I jumped into this section. Takes like a full second or two to shoot the grenade, so... Question is to see... E. Does it follow a set pattern here or something? I have to see where it is to aim for it. Sake. Okay, I hit it, but now what? This respawns. Okay. Okay. I missed it somehow? Okay. I wasn't sure if they would, like, clip me at the edge there. Yeah. Oh, dude, I got, like, stuck. I don't think that connected. Did I still leave the health, or did I? I'm pretty sure I grabbed it, didn't I? Did. Oh yeah, we're forcing mono audio, by the way, because this game also only plays sound in the left channel. Well, like, the music's all in the left channel. Like, maybe there could have been some stereo thing to hear where the helicopter is, but if there would have been, no such luck in this case. Ooh, I didn't mean to do that. Luckily, there doesn't seem to be fall damage. Can I predict where it's going to end up? Whoa! Fuck. Oh, I'm cool. I took double damage. Oh, it's up here. Fuck, I should have shot right there. That was my opportunity. But I guess it like, if it's just on a loop, which it seems like it's probably the case because it's gonna go up now. I'm gonna drop something down here, but I wonder if I can literally just stay over here. Or where to aim it? Well, we'll see. I mean, I don't expect to clear it first try. I assume that the key is like meant to be to the car, so maybe if we get there faster, we could have collected something from the car. Oh, does it go? I think it goes left. I fucking missed. Okay. But we can pretty much safely stay there. I'll just wait for this to go away. We don't have to jump over there and expose ourselves to needless risk. So, like, if this all works the way I sort of suspect / hope, we can still do this. There will be a rocket here at some point, I forget. But if we're standing underneath these, we should be safe. Because the helicopter will drop down here, and then it'll then go left. I just gotta make sure to stay... Actually, we can try to do, like, 2... Yeah. Oh. Okay, so you gotta be a little further left. But the boss, like, changed appearance. It's, like, dithered now. I think we're doing damage, at least. I'm glad I took that early shot, because I figured I will have plenty of time to restock on ammo. So I might as well do my best to attempt to get 2 hits in instead of 1. And indeed, the first attempt actually worked. But I have to go, like, far left of the ladder, like here, basically, to shoot. Not just, like, by the ladder. Gonna see the rocket explode first. Okay. Yeah, standing by... What? Did I explode it? No, I did not. So standing by that post is basically the perfect position. This is surprisingly cool, this whole thing. Like, they actually made a proper boss fight. Pretty impressed. At least given the game has been previously. So standing about here. Is this correct alignment? Because I saw the rocket hitting and I thought that would be where the helicopter was, but then it was further to the right than I expected. So let's try using this as a landmark. Yep, that worked. Perfect. Okay. Taking even more visible damage. I think, well, assuming we don't screw up, and assuming the phase doesn't change, we might have this. Oh, the saw blade is like all busted too. There's just the one saw blade left. Luckily, you can't go all the way down in the corner. And thankfully, he's not destroying any more stuff. Yeah, I missed that. Hopefully this... Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Are we fucked? I was gonna say, I don't think he could go up or go into that left corner either. It might just be that he goes that way, but we didn't see it before because we were avoiding it. I think that's the case. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's where, like, playing it safe is the way to go. I think it seemed like he changed appearance like every 2 hits or so. It could be that he's on his last... I keep saying he, but the helicopter. It is possibly on last health. Oh yeah, so this worked, right? I was aligned with these little buoys or whatever. Alright, man, I'll enjoy your food. Thanks for checking in. Sorry, I'm not paying much attention to chat. Especially once I started getting down in health here, I started being... Why did I go here? Oh, okay, that was pretty cool. First try? 17 minutes. So that's the thing. Like, this game has 3 to 6 hour stealth levels, and then it has like 15 minutes action levels. ...9% health. I felt like I had like a pixel, but guess the life bar isn't that long on screen. We did it! No casino scene, but technically we got about 2 seconds of Robbie Coltrane. And then surprisingly elaborate boss fight. Man, I wonder about the whole key thing in the car. It was a cool touch that the car being split in half was there, because that happens in the movie. Because they don't really, like, he doesn't really drive the car. It's there, and he backs it up for about 5 feet. And then he, like, they jump out of the car because it gets cut in half or something, I think. But in the other games, like, you go to the car to collect the rocket launcher and stuff. So maybe that's the thing here, but obviously we still got some kind of grenade launcher. I'm surprised at how cool that was, and I'm just relieved that we did it first try. That felt good. Sure did. Alright, let's see what's next. I guess that's the exploding helicopter? Do they blow up the helicopter in the movie? I don't even remember. Alright, we got film strip. I guess that's a radioactive thing, but it just looks like a beach ball to me. Sunglasses, camera. Well, we got the game FAQs codes, so we don't really need to pay too much attention. Either way, we're heading into mission 7. So this ought to be rescuing M, right? This is where we find out that Elektra is actually the real villain. So that's got to be like, right, the tower, and then the final stage has to be the submarine. Oh shit. Okay, I thought M looked a bit rough. This is like, why does, like, this should be Colin Salmon. Why does he look like the fucking decrepit corpse of Charles Dance? I would never in a million years have been able to look at this image and deduced that it was supposed to be Colin Salmon, aka Robinson. Like, he had a pretty funny looking fake version of himself in, I think, in one of the previous games, because his character is in, he might be in all of the Brosnan Bond films, but he's definitely in Tomorrow Never Dies and The World's Not Enough. And he didn't have his likeness in, like, he had a decent sound-alike for his voice in at least one of the games, but he's never quite looked like himself. But I think this might be the furthest off we've been. This isn't looking good, 007. Yeah, I agree, Robinson. This isn't looking good. This is looking terrible. Anyway. He might not be referring to the unfortunate state of his face, but I guess things aren't looking too good all around. Wait, survive torture? Locate and free M, get to summary. I mean, that sounds simple enough. Survive torture. I mean, that's pretty cool. That's in the film. Bond gets captured and locked up in this like ancient torture chair. And, oh man, I wonder if we'll see a little cutscene of Sokovsky rescuing us. So that's another point in the Bond quotient for this game, that we get the proper Bond in peril scene. Locate and free M, get to submarine. Alright, so there shouldn't be any stealth shit here, I would imagine. Bond, M has been kidnapped! I mean, that's good information. It's the first and only time the game's informed us. Like, having not seen the movie, you just see this, like, this isn't looking good, 007. Survive torture? What? Like, oh shit. It's very funny the way all of these recent Bond games, GoldenEye onwards, like, I've had issues with all of them, the way they present these objectives and the mission information. Like, the briefing and the objectives are always in a weird order, where you get information that means nothing without the context that you haven't received yet. But this one takes it a step further, and it doesn't give you the context in the, like, sort of incorrect order. It just forgoes giving you the context at all. So you just you basically have someone reacting to you, or like reacting to information to you, but you never get to find out what that information was. It's it's quite something. Oh man, I just feel, I'm so thrilled that we're actually making progress in this game. Man, Clock, like we're closing in on 8 hours. That's longer than most recent games that we've played. Is interesting. I would not have expected that going in, but I'm actually kind of enjoying myself now. But we'll see what happens when we start the mission. That might pass. Istanbul, Turkey. Okay, so here's after that we get to find out where we are. Press A then B for health. What? Okay, do I match? All right. Okay, am I meant to like do something, or do I just survive this for a bit? I mean, I guess yeah, it's kind of typically how it's been. I love its head like fucking spinning around. I guess we just endure this for a while, and then maybe Zukovsky shows up or something. All right, is she done? No. Looks like Nosferatu or something. I mean, this does take place in this like castle tower thing, basically. I don't know that the tile set is exactly accurate to the decor of the building in the film, but kind of gets... Okay, no, we just... Oh, okay, Nozikovsky just... She just locks herself in a little closet. A little Sims closet. And, alright, okay, well, we survived the torture. Alright, no inventory, but that's not a problem. I mean, we can collect a gun here, why not? Not gonna use it, but... Oh, right, I forgot. 5 punches. Oh, might as well collect this. Exciting new music. Game's going places. Oh shit, I thought I would avoid... Well, okay, sure. Now what's up with this, like, heraldry? Like, we're in this fucking Castle Brunwald from Last Crusade or something. Like, Night Art. Well, okay, see... He hasn't, like, seen me yet. So, and then it's actually a good situation to use the gun. Wait. That knight armor... prime his arm to do something bad? Clown music. Alright, so find M and then get to the submarine. That's what we're doing. So we're basically just wandering around and making occasional progress. Is this like a rolled up mattress? Locked, okay. So top right, we're gonna want to go... Oh, there's a wide key card. Oh, we're already at the bottom. Okay, so this is a small map. The maps aren't all the same size. They kind of felt like it, but... Okay, there's ammo for a weapon we don't have, so we don't get to collect that. I have a mine that we can use to destroy... Oh, this is a damaged wall that we blow up? I mean, why not try it? Seem to work. Type of feel of enemies everywhere and sprawling levels reminds me of several Indiana Jones games. Yeah, I guess I am getting... I would say, you know, it reminds me a little bit of the... out of the Castle Wolfenstein-esque stealth parts of Last Crusade, the point-and-click adventure. They didn't look like this exactly, but they had this kind of top-down view of walking around. Okay, keycard. Top right was a locked door. We'll grab this. But it's funny that we're going seemingly downwards when in the film and in the other games M was like kept in the tower. Ooh, whoa, okay, so the white key card is not for this door. There must... Okay, so we're going a little bit back and forth then. There must be a locked door upstairs. Maybe we are going up. We just needed to go down to get this. I don't know. I didn't see another staircase though. Maybe there's more mysteries. Is there a person in there? I couldn't interact. Like sneak up through the chimney? No. Is there a locked door here, maybe? That's the thing. Now that I have the key... Oh, maybe I can get into her little closet. And punch her to death. I mean, Bond does kill her in the movie. No? Suddenly, puzzle level? I mean, we blew up the wall and the mine hasn't, like, respawned, so hopefully, presumably it didn't, like, that was what we were supposed to blow up. I mean, we've found 2 locked doors, or at least 2 doors that are currently locked. Even with us having the white key card. I mean, the garden stage had us fire our gun at a bush. To get wait, what? No, okay, I was gonna say. But this was the locked door. Okay, so this door was not the locked door. The mine's not, like, respawned or anything. There's ammo here for a weapon we don't have. I mean, the level's still small so far. Like, there's not a lot of exploration per se. There's some kind of fantasy wall. Hidden switches. Okay, I interacted with this armor. So that did, you can only interact with, like, you can't just press, like, you can't just trigger that animation out of nowhere. Like, that animation of Bond sticking his hand out only happens if there's something you're actually interacting with. Wouldn't you know it, the door's unlocked. Okay, so progress, I guess. Fucking music. Alright, we're in the wine cellar. Dude, they got a fucking trebuchet in there? Okay. Alright, they mean business. Armory, vault door. Oh, it's open. Okay, I didn't expect it to be open, but... Tapestries and trebuchets, yeah. Okay, that looks like a big open window. Is that the grenade launcher? Oh, I think that's a submachine gun. A set of battle axes. Maybe we dive out through the window or something, but we should find M first. Like, the locked door sound is so aggressive. Dining hall. Like, it's pretty cool here. Like, they kind of managed to give the rooms different, like, vibes and atmospheres. You can kind of make out that these are rooms supposed to be, like, different types of rooms. Okay, I interacted with that. Maybe that unlocked the door? Yep. Wait, I didn't... Did we see what's over here? Like a kitchen. I just love juking them. Like, you trick them into firing their gun, making them immobile for, like, 2 full seconds. Yeah. But it's like, it's so absurd, like, just how much simpler these levels are. Not just, like, easier to complete, but you're just fumbling around. And I mean, I guess if those stealth levels didn't have the instant fail, they'd feel similar enough in that regard. But you do change that one thing, and it's pretty dramatically, like, changing how relaxed. It's not relaxing per se, but it's kind of relaxed. You just wander about. You don't really have to pay. Like, I'm always a little anxious about stuff like this where you're wandering around, because I know that I have such poor sense of direction that I'm always, like, a little bit anxious about finding my way around and, like, memorizing the layout. But you don't even really need to do that, because you tend to not really get that stuck That might have opened that door, but might as well explore. That's another door. It looks like it's a, I guess it's a staircase. That's, I guess, the front door. So we should probably find M before we go out the front door. Oh, maybe M's in the basement, I guess. The dungeon. Okay, it is. I was about to jokingly say it is a little bit like a dungeon, but no, it's a full-on torture dungeon. A little bit different from the movie, but kind of gets the spirit across. We're hearing explosive noises. Is that like a battery? Someone's just like dropping grenades down the laundry chute. What is going on in this place? Okay. Oh, that's the laser watch, I think. It was in the manual. So now we have that. Is that a weapon? It is. We have one. Okay. Okay. We're gonna need to consult the manual because I don't remember at all what the manual has to say about what the watch is for. So let's do this. And see the gadgets section here. Weapons. Looking here, the grenade launchers. Is that the one we collected? It didn't look like that at all in the game, but whatever. Laser watch. Your Q-Lab issued wristwatch possesses a powerful short-range cutting laser. It can be used to burn the locks off of doors. Okay, so we find M in a cell or something, and we use the watch to set her free. That seems to be the idea. But there was another thing that we saw up there that looked like a battery or something that is not shown here in the manual. Oh, car keys. These are used to start the car and fire its missiles, spelled incorrectly, in Mission 6. So I guess if you get to the car, that is indeed a car key. That's cool. It's cool that we can like do it without the car. But I guess like if you know the route, you can get there and do like a quick kill on the helicopter boss. That's like weirdly cool for a game like this that's not really that cool at all for the rest of it. Oh yeah, the manual also has the actual explanation as to what the heck's going on. Even though these descriptions aren't always particularly accurate to like how the game functions. You'll see here in Night Watch Mission 4, you suspect Elektra's head of security Davidov might be Renard's inside man. You must gather enough evidence to incriminate him. Use caution though. You must avoid detection and be careful not to harm any of Elektra's employees. They are innocent after all. So the description of the mission here, by the way, the names of the missions do not show up in game either. But the mission names are the same as the N64 game. But yeah, Night Watch. So if you were to read the manual, you would get the impression that Objective 1 is to collect evidence. Objective 2 is to, like, avoid detection. Objective 3 is to not harm any of the enemy guards. Of these three things, only one of them is actually in the game. You gathering evidence to incriminate Davidov is not present in any form in the game. It's not an objective, it doesn't happen in a cutscene, it is never explained, it's never asked of you, it's not a thing, period, at all. You're just meant to get out of the house, get out of the garden, and then follow him. And then when you follow him to a secluded spot, you just, like, there's a cutscene where Bond, like, strangles him to death. And that's it. It also makes it quite clear that you should be careful not to harm any of Elektra's employees. This is also not true. When you are inside the building, harming an enemy will cause an instant alert. But when you're out in the garden, and you get a gun, and you do in fact have to kill at least one guard, there's at least one guard that just cannot be snuck past, and you have to kill him. But it turns out, once you do that, killing enemies has zero consequences. Well, I mean, it's good for you, but there's no negative consequences. There's no penalty of any kind at all for killing enemies. You do eventually get the taser, which, by the way, the manual does explain. Yeah. The target is immobilized by no permanent damage. So, the manual explains, it kind of, you know, makes it clear that the taser is a non-lethal option. So, you might think that, alright, if we get a taser, we can actually knock out guards, so we can sneak past them without killing them. But as far as the game is concerned, killing is killing. Like, neutralizing an enemy, the taser and the punch and the handgun are all equally lethal or non-lethal. There just is no distinction whatsoever. So, it's a little weird that they, like, you know, I think it's totally cool if the manual fills in the blanks a little bit. It gives you details that aren't present in the game. As long as it doesn't, like, counter anything that we do see, like, as long as it's not inconsistent or incongruent to the point where it's confusing, I think it's awesome for the manual to just, like, make use of the manual to provide a little more texture to the experience, a little more detail that the game might perhaps not have the fidelity to show off, or whatever it might be. But when you're given explicit instructions in the manual that are actually different from what the game requires you to do, especially in a very demanding, difficult, and punishing mission, that's a bit messed up. Yeah, we didn't read this about Mission 5 or 6, so let's just check out after the fact here. Mission 5, Masquerade. Bernard's mercenaries, disguised as IDA personnel, have brought you to an old Soviet nuclear test facility in Kazakhstan. Posing as Dr. Arkov, you must penetrate the facility without arousing suspicion while you discover what is going on. We don't really discover what is going on, do we? Like, as far as me, the player, there's some cutscenes that make no sense without the context of the film, so whatever. But yeah, also, again, these guys are convinced of our identity to the point of bringing us into the facility, but apparently once we are in the facility under the, like, auspices of our fake identity, they will kill us on sight. Like, it makes no sense whatsoever. Mission 6, City of Walkways. Bernard has managed to steal a nuclear warhead. That seems like a plot point that might be worth mentioning in the game, but they don't. To get a lead on where he might be hiding, you must visit a former adversary, Valentin Zukovsky, who he now runs both a legitimate casino and a caviar fishery. If anyone knows what's going on in the black market, it will be Zukovsky. Alright. Mission 7, Fallen Angel. M is currently hostage in a tower. You must make your way past a heavily armed guard and ensure M's safe release. Additionally, you must also stop Renard from escaping in the submarine. I don't think stopping Renard from escaping is going to be a gameplay element. Game didn't tell us about anything of the sort, but we'll see. The game didn't tell us anything about the blast doors in Mission 5, so maybe it's a thing. But we should actually double check again. What was the actual objective here? Locating for get to submarine, that's it. Yeah. I mean, I guess that implies that if Renard takes off with the submarine without us on it, then we have failed to get to the submarine, so I guess that's fair enough. Alright, so we have the watch, which means that whenever we find M, we should be able to rescue her. Like a medieval pinball table. The medieval pool tables. Alright, that's pretty cool. Again, I'm a little perplexed by that battery-looking thing up top. Because... can I walk up this little thing? No. I don't recognize that from the manual. But we have a little exploring to do here anyway, so... keep doing that. Alright, medieval locker room. Oh, blue key card. Oh, holy shit. Okay, well, that's just nothing, I guess. I don't, like, unlock prison cells remotely or anything. Not a thing I can do anything with. Nope. Okay, so we got a blue key card. Was the locked door here to my left? There was a locked door here on this floor at least, so. Open this one? I don't know. Yeah. So do I just time this? I guess so. What? Okay, I get it. It's a battery for the watch. So now we have 2 charges of our watch instead of 1. Okay. Still don't know what I'm supposed to use it, but we have a blue key card, so. Oh yeah, this was locked, I think. Gain entry now. Oh, these looks like prison cells, so. Little toilet. Do I just have to? No, okay. I was gonna say, do I have to just guess which one to open up? There's another guy here. Let's take care of him first. Oh, that looks like M. Locked, locked, locked. Okay, let's try this. What? I can't. What? Are you serious? I'm trying to use my watch. I was standing too close. I had to step away. Alright, she looks happy. Alright, she's safe now, I guess. We can just leave now. Okay. So I guess walk out the front door then maybe? Or maybe find that window again and jump out of it? We located and freed M, so get to submarine. Because there's a thing in the movie, right? Where he like jumps out of the tower. Oh, I guess if we open the wrong cell, or if you run out of watch batteries, you have to go back to that exploding thing. Like the battery's probably going to respawn. So then you can go back there and try to collect more watch ammo. Well, the front door's going to be, you know, kind of on our way. So let's just try to go out the front door and see if that clears the mission. It's probably out through this central hallway, right? It just didn't see me, I guess. Like, oh yeah, this door was actually closed, but now it's open. Just not a matter of unlocking it. It's just once I had freed M, it just opened the front door. Man, look at all these different tile sets. Okay. There's probably not overly gigantic. Hope there's not like this invisible timer or something. Useless ammo. Oh, that looks like a submarine. How do I get to it? Oh, probably over here to the right somewhere. Yeah, this is like one of the better levels for sure. All right, we did it. First try. You know, imagine if all the levels were like this. It would have been like somewhat pleasant. Those fucking stealth levels, man. But I will say, you know, the first level or 2, they were kind of boring. This was more exciting. There was like 5 tile sets. Fun little scenes of the torture and like M just sort of jumping for joy after being rescued. Like you don't, you know, have to escort her or something. You just unlock the gate and it's like, all right, cool. You know, you can find your own way out. But yeah, this is exactly what I was hoping for. Like once we get past that bullshit, it's just like, you know, smooth sailing. I guess that's a submarine. Like, I look over to my other screen to see my OBS preview window that's, like, a little bit smaller. Because the game window is, like, blown up larger on my main screen. It's, like... Let's see what I'm looking at. That squiggly thing on the bottom center, is that, like, a person? Or is that, like, a specular highlight on the submarine? I don't know. Oh, that's our end-of-level cutscene. Alright, film strip, reticle, sunglasses. We might as well do another little detour to the manual and just read the briefing for the final mission, why don't we? Mission 8, Meltdown. Bosporus, Turkey. Now or never, Bond. Find Renard and stop him from detonating the submarine's nuclear reactor. If he is successful, the city will be destroyed and millions of innocent people will die. No big deal. We got this. We got this. There's no time to waste, Bond. So you don't want to have a little comma there somewhere, Em? Just gonna have to waste Bond another time. There's no room for it right now. We have to focus on finding Renard and stop him at all cost. Remember that when you are in the reactor, weapons cannot be used. Wouldn't want to accidentally set anything off. Well, don't you worry, Em. Don't you worry. I will not be making any frivolous use of firearms. In fact, I will not make any use of firearms if I can help it. But, you know, that's a good piece of advice, good information. Destroy the control room, find reactor room, stop Renard. Man, this is giving me flashbacks to the submarine level in the N64 game where we had to escort Christmas Jones. Oh, that was a nightmare. And we finished it. Like, I basically finished the level, but I accidentally did the last thing, like, in the wrong order. So even though I had done everything, I was supposed to bring her to a safe room before I, like, activated the end of the level. And it was, like, the next room over. But I basically pulled a switch that finishes the level, not realizing that it would finish the level. And I hadn't brought her over to the safe thing, and it's like, she was absolutely already rescued, but because I hadn't followed the strict, like, order and way of doing things exactly the way they want you to. Nope, that's a mission fail. I had to do it over again. But I'm sure this will be, I'm sure this will be easy. Well, there's not a lot we can help you with here, 007. I don't think you've got time to dawdle. We'll see about that. Alright, let's walk through the submarine and, punch dudes and stop Renard, I guess. Oh, I guess that's Bond climbing into the submarine. Kind of looks like he's wearing his blue jumpsuit again. I guess they did that because Game Sprite's certainly wearing a blue jumpsuit. This looks kind of cool. All right, so what did we just collect here? We need the manual. All right. Whoa, what happened there? Okay, just OBS glitch. Remote mines used exclusively in mission 8. Remote mines can be dropped in a specific location and detonated from a distance. Okay, is this like some kind of highly specific? Okay, so we'll figure it out, I guess. Anything that is in stealth has been pretty easy to figure out so far. So that's the remote control to detonate the mine, then I take it. What was the objective exactly? Destroy the control room. Okay, so I guess we use the remote mines to destroy the control room. Whenever I see this picture of Bond on the side, by the way, I always think of the Desperado poster with Antonio Banderas, like, the gun on his forehead. Like, Bond is doing that pose, and then he's, like, self-consciously just glancing over to the camera. But that's neither here nor there. Oh yeah, we should not have it equipped. That seems dangerous. I've got this biggest smile on my face because it's like so relaxing. Just be able to walk around punching dudes with no like worry about stealth shit or awkward gun handling or anything. You know, just fine. Or something is. Whatever, who gives a shit? There's just health back there anyway. Oh, I see. That might have opened that door over there for the health, but I don't need it. Aw. Going nuts. So I wonder if there's a... Because this mine, it's like a separate type of explosive from the one we had before. I don't think we're meant to use this to, like, explode a wall impeding oh, I didn't even fucking see this. 7. Alright, we'll figure it out. You might expect from a submarine, the map seems pretty constricted, which is nice. No room for getting lost. Find a gun we're not going to use. Very straightforward progress. But there was a key card in that other room. Maybe we have to go to the opposite end of the hallway. Locked. Okay. To get to that key card. Yeah, figured. I wouldn't say this is like riveting exploration, but I like that they can use the sort of mechanics of how the map is laid out and how these doors work to give this level a distinctly different feel. Like they managed to kind of make it feel cramped. Kind of an interesting achievement. Is that a doorway? Sure, use bunk beds. Like, see? When the enemies don't have the power to just apprehend you and finish a mission instantly, they're like extra blind and useless. Probably locked? Yep. But this should let us go up further to get that. So we're on the floor, what we call it, B2 or -1 or so we want to go top right on the uppermost floor. Yeah, I didn't think this would lead anywhere, but I wanted to check just in case. As you can see, again, like the map layout's pretty straightforward. I mean, it's unusually straightforward in this level, I would say, but the game's actually not bad at giving you slight hints of like peeking through walls to the door or to the room next over. Like the fact that we could see that there was a key card here from the left-hand side. It's like, all right, we know that we have to. A little safe there on the wall. We knew that we had to get... Oh, enemies respawn. Interesting. I mean, it's not threat of any kind, really, but... I have to stop to punch a little bit more. A little annoying that we had to... There's nothing left here. Stop to collect... Like, we couldn't avoid picking up any of the health. We kept grabbing health when we were at, like, 95%. That I would have happily collected now. But I'm not too worried about health. I think we should be fine. Well, there were some health that we couldn't collect because we were at full health. It's so funny. They, like, get ready to fire their gun and you just casually walk over to the other... Not even the other, like, side of the hallway. You just kind of take one step to the side and that's not great, but at least we get more health here. Okay, more remote mines. Yeah, that's still locked. How about this? Yeah, I figured. Oh! So is this the control room? Yes, wait for him to stand in the wrong lane. Fire a gun and then walk over to me. Okay. Okay. Use it. Oh, there we go. It's like context sensitive. Did I only need the one? I'm like mashing. I guess. But like now I'm standing outside. Did we... what? Ah, maybe I'm supposed to... am I supposed to detonate this from within the room? Because it didn't seem to work. Well, maybe it's because I closed the door. Doesn't seem like it works from off screen, so... where do I stand? Oh, okay. Oh, and then I get one more. Okay, this is silly. Okay, I get it. I get it, game. Have to do them in order. Well, I hope I'll get another one from this. We're all out. Nope. Okay. Okay, we have to farm for remote mine ammo. That's a bit stupid, but okay. We'll have to respawn somewhere. I guess there was one at the very beginning. Enemies aren't respawned. Like, so far the game hasn't really had, like, soft blocks or anything like that. Got full ammo for everything else. I mean, I guess I don't know exactly where it would spawn. Okay, let's go back to the very beginning and see if maybe it shows up there. Otherwise, we'll just scour the map. So, enemies respawned at, like, one point. They haven't respawned since then? Objective's not complete either. So, I reckon we probably blow that up and either there's literally going to be a key card inside of it, like that remote mine drop, or there's going to be some kind of cutscene or something. So far, this level is quite chill. But I mean, yeah, there's nothing... it's not like I could have used those mines any differently. So I cannot imagine that I've done anything wrong. Getting pistol ammo. I mean, I guess... shit. Fuck, this is terrible. It's like, oh, we can, you know, we can use the guns at range, but that was an awful idea. Had a little bit of health there, but fuck. There we go. Could cost us the mission, but even if it does, like, man, this was... I don't mind redoing this mission. This was, like, fun. I mean, we'll see what the next parts are like. So we destroy the control room, and then we're gaining entry to, what was the other room? Well, we'll see what happens when we blow this up. Go. Kidding me. These were two separate things. Okay. Alright, let's hope that one same thing respawned. Figure out where we have to find respawning ammo. But, like, why is it like this? Why couldn't it just be that we can collect enough ammo over the course of the level to actually do it? I mean, obviously, it doesn't really make much sense for him to have to collect it in the first place, but that's going to be what it's like. Why do they have to make it this here? Like, why is this game like this? Alright, we have to just retrace our steps and see where else we can find a remote mine. Just spawning again for no real reason. For no reason. But it's fine. I don't mind going for a little stroll, seeing the sights, enjoying the ambiance. So funny that, like, the first one of those we blew up just spawned an ammo refill for us immediately. That made me go like, oh, alright, I see. Like, we're just, as we blow these up, they'll give us the ammo we need for the rest of them. Makes sense. It's like, no. They did that once. Whoops. I'm just, like, keep trying these doors in case I was completely drunk and, like, forgot to try to open a door or something. I mean, I don't want to assume too much about how this game was made, but I mean, in the grand scheme of things, how they distribute this ammo and what they force you to do is not that high on the list of like egregious problems with this game. It's just a little peculiar. Like, it seems to me, having done this now, that like it's pretty specific. It's like literally designed to just make you have to go around, like basically just sort of extending how long the mission takes. It's not like a 3-minute level. Just like rather unintuitive, and like there's no reason for you to think that that ammo is just gonna have spawned now in that place. There's no real reason or justification for it. It's very arbitrary. But luckily, you know, because the level is not that big, it's not like... Yeah, there's the keycard. It's not like you can't figure it out or get there in the end, you know. So the white keycard got us in here, right? The top floor should be pretty much done. So actually, let's check the objectives. I forget what the... Or were there different rooms? Control room, and then we're finding the reactor room. So once we get there, we're going to be on a different map screen, and we're going to have to punch Renard a couple of times, I guess. That looks like a reactor room sign. But we probably need a third key card. That makes sense, because there are other locked doors. Seems like we're actually getting, like, health spawns. Like, the map has sort of, like, been updated after we cleared that objective. But it's small enough that we'll just find whatever switches we tried to press before that didn't open. They should open now. And eventually we'll go into a room or something where there's the green key card, whatever key card's left that we don't have yet. Gonna let us open that nuclear door. Yep. And yeah, it makes sense. Like, there's hardly any room left on the map to explore anyway. Yeah, the N64 game had a somewhat unfortunate underwater swimming section. It was actually kind of cool, but the actual climax was extremely confusing, kind of what you were supposed to do and how you were supposed to fight Renard, so it was a little anticlimactic. But this has been a very pleasant final level. Oh, cool, the mission objective updated. We complete... This sucks too, like, this screen doesn't actually tell you... You have to rely on the fucking objective lamps to see how many objectives you've completed. I mean, it turns out that essentially they're all always in order, except for some reason they go from right to left on the HUD. But this screen doesn't actually tell you if they've been completed or not, which I think is pretty strange. Find reactor room has been completed. Stop Renard! Our final objective of the game. Let's do it. Let's stop Renard. We got a little health refill too, so we're actually good on health. Oh yeah, and this is where we're not allowed to... Yeah, weapons disabled. Oh, it's a platforming sequence. Okay. And game's like just going nuts with the platforming in the final half of the game. Okay, luckily there's no fall damage, but still. Aligning these jumps to land on lower platforms is a bit tricky. Got electrified platforms. No! Okay. I'm enjoying this. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of some of those like educational Batman games that had like platforming bits in them. Oh boy. I don't see a timer on screen at least, so hopefully we're good. It's so funny that this is like the final gauntlet. Yeah, you can see it doesn't scroll sideways. So we just have to like reach the top. That's interesting though, because that's like kind of what it's like in the movie, right? Like the subway is sort of... subway. The submarine is like diagonal fall. After... Oh yeah, you can actually see on the left there's a door. Like, we're all sideways. I didn't even realize, because it doesn't make sense with the ladders, but the door... Like, the ship sort of I don't know, is capsizing the right word for a submarine that's already underwater? But it goes vertical. And, you know, have to basically climb a shaft. So it's kind of cool that they made that a thing. But I don't know why there are ladders. If we're supposed to be, like, sideways. Okay. So I guess I jump... that. Okay, that was pretty fucking lucky. I didn't... that's the thing. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to, like, land on. Whoops, I could walk off of that. Well, I could walk off of that. Fuck. Boy. This is actually, like, kind of fun. I don't mind this at all. But it's a little nerve-wracking because I don't know... The game could, like, throw a mission failed screen at us at any moment. And this is a fun kind of gauntlet. And even though I was enjoying the first part of the mission, if I have to redo that multiple times to retry this section, I hope that's not the case. Jumping really is not good, by the way. I jump around when it's like before the pipe. That alignment's so funny. Okay. Neutral jumps make you just drop through the platform you're standing on. Okay. Noted. I figured I should try neutral jumping because I kind of forgot that was a thing. Because I sort of assumed, like, well, I might not get up on it, but I figured... Oh! Okay, I can just do that. Okay, speed strats. Oh, fuck! In these corners, you just land on a corner and then you just... Ah, fuck it, I'll just fall down. So, I mean... Jumping is kind of problematic, but as it turns out, landing is not really rock solid either. Mission failed. That looked kind of cool. Okay, but we still had I reckon, a somewhat generous... Oh, fuck, I didn't really... Stupid-ass gun equipped. It seems like a pretty generous time frame. Obviously, we don't know how tall that room is. Is there any reason to go this direction? No. Just to learn that there's a key over there. Yeah. Oh, should get back there pretty quickly. Yeah, we have to redo the level, but redoing this level is still, you know, a very mild punishment compared to some of the other levels. Check the time. I can't go in there just yet. I'm just having to go all the way up around here. I basically know what I have to do, like where I have to go to get the final, to get the other remote mines. Actually, I guess I might have to explore... I was thinking now, like, yeah, I know where to go. But even some of the detours I took on the way the first time around... Yeah, there's the green keycard in there. Like, going left on this floor... maybe that's required. I'll go to where I need to go first, but... I only have the one remote mine. And when I got to the room, I had two last time. So because I'm taking a more, like, direct, fast route. I believe I must have missed someplace. This guy's just, like, not activated. I must have missed someplace where there is a remote mine, so there might be one here. I think there's actually just health at the end here. Oh, I might as well grab that. Door. Oh, maybe there's a mine here. No, machine gun ammo. Or health. Nope, there's... Okay. Oh, yeah, this is the one I grabbed last. But maybe it's respawn. Whatever, we have two now, that's good. But I probably did collect that one last time, so it's probably all the same. Alright, let's go find the control room. Oh, fine, I know where it is. Go to it. So it's funny, like, I feel like the second time we do this, i.e. this time, it's gonna feel way faster than the first time, because we know exactly where we're going and what we're doing. But if we have to do this more times, this part's gonna feel more tedious and time-consuming with every attempt. Oh, nice. Oh, forgot that there's dudes in here. It did drop one. Nice. Grab this guy first. I'm not actually allowed to place it until the previous one has exploded. Oh wow, there's one even in here. Okay, I guess we have to do less backtracking to get mine. I don't remember the exact order of where I collected them, but I think I got one up here. Well, I know that I got one up here, but I don't know if it's the one I got first, and if so, I don't know if it's going to be here, but we'll find out soon enough. Might be health here. There is, actually. Although... yeah, there is health, but... taking more damage. Well, we're gonna have to go get the green key card anyway, so we'll do a little bit exploring. But I was thinking now, like, I don't know, like... I don't know if we're gonna have a fist fight with Renard, and if so, is it gonna play out like any other enemy, or is it gonna be some bullshit boss fight thing? If so, it might behoove us to collect as much health as we can. So, I'm not gonna go on any wildly extracurricular quests for health, but hopefully we can find some more on the way. I mean, this is still probably going to be enough, but we'll find out. This part isn't too tedious to redo if need be, so... half health, not ideal, but... dude, I'm having the worst luck with aligning myself with these dudes. Insane. Okay, a little bit of... oops. Opening the door might help. Fuck's sake! I'm about to die. Holy shit. What a stupid ass way to, like, fail the mission. Okay, I'm gonna go up here real quick. No, that's... I should be able to, if I see any enemies, I should be able to avoid them or just run away. Yeah, let's not take the risk. I just wanted to, like, in the off chance that we just happen to stumble on some health. For what it's worth, in part of the platforming gauntlet, we didn't take any damage at any point. So in best case scenario, we get to Renard, and it's just a cutscene and we win the game. But even if we get to a boss fight and we lose, if we can learn more about the level getting there, that's still valuable research. To jump right before the pipe, basically. Okay, that's like a PB, basically, right? Oh, that's a weird jump. Whoa, fuck. Okay, whew, that's lucky. Oh, dude, look at those skinny platforms up there. That's horse shit. Okay. Okay, electrified damage. I have 0 health. Wait, how do I... How am I supposed to do this? Can I reach that on its way to the left without getting electrocuted? I can, okay. Okay, that's him up there. I missed a jump. Okay, we've seen basically the entire room. His grenade's like going through the floor. Because the floor like despawns or something is a bit messed up. Oh! Okay. That's why these don't go all the way... Yeah, okay, we're not gonna do it now. That's why those little platforms don't reach all the way to the right, so that you can fall down like that. I get it. Well, why did I fucking jump there? That was exceptionally poorly timed. It's like the exact opposite of the correct timing. Jump right before the pipe. Yeah, we are managing to get here again. I jumped before it was on screen. But that was actually... Oh, cool! A unique mission... wait, so... Why do we get this screen when we get killed in the final section? But when we time over in the final section and he explodes it, we didn't get this screen. That's weird. We're gonna get this, but I really need to go to the bathroom. I won't properly be able to focus otherwise, I think. So let's take a short break and make one more attempt. So, I mean, we actually died from health. We didn't die from time, and we did really poorly at the end there, losing a lot of health right before we got to that section. I still don't think, even if I had gotten as far as we'd gotten before, those last few jumps look pretty hellish. So we would likely have run out of time. But we've kind of gotten most of that section figured out. So, given that we get there with enough health, I think we have an okay shot at least making it to Renard on the next attempt. But then once we get to him, he's got some kind of electric grenades. I don't know what fighting him is going to be like, but we'll find out before too long, hopefully. Taking a break, so I'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right. Apologies for the extended break. Thing or two I had to take care of. But all's well. That ends well? Question mark? I don't know. I'm back anyway. Let me just hydrate. And we'll give this one more go. Hopefully, we can deal with the enemies a little more effectively and not get to the final section with like a tiny sliver of health left. And hopefully that'll be all it takes to have a bit more success. Oh yeah, let's remember to unequip the gun. Our useless piece of shit gun. And punch our way to success. First order of business, the white key card. Good, we leave that health for when we need to probably go back up here to collect another remote mine later on. Assuming doesn't just despawn by then, who knows. We supplement our useless handgun with a useless submachine gun. Fine. I like that little helpful sign to indicate the nuclear reactor room. Why is it called the easy card? I don't know. The key card thing, like the thing that confuses me about the easy card, it's described in the manual as like letting you access the vault in the MI6 headquarters without the combination or something like that. Between the game's like sparse instructions and the manual's general unreliability, hard to know exactly how things work, but it's sort of implied that you can at least interpret it such that there are like multiple routes or multiple, like you're supposed to get a code to the vault, but the way you sort of do it, or the way I did it anyway, didn't seem to like fully line up with the way it's described in the objectives. It's like a little confusing. And then it's like, well, we found the card. And even the way the objectives are described through the mission, and you have those little, you know, objective lamps on the bottom right, it wasn't particularly clear. Like, I did something, and it... one of the lamps lit up. I'm like, well, I wonder if I accessed the vault, or if I unlocked this, or if I got the computer code. Like, it just wasn't very clear what was happening. Having played the rest of the game, it seems unlikely that that level in particular actually has, like, alternate solutions. So I think it's just... basically, it's a mission-specific key card. And that's really just it. But, you know... can't be too sure. Alright, so far we're doing great with the enemies, but that was true last time as well, so let's not get too overly confident. We've got 2 mines, not 3 like we had last time. Maybe we find a 3rd one on our way there? Maybe we do! Hopefully one of these will drop one also. Make sure to take out the enemies first so we don't have to fumble around too much, swapping between weapons. Can I? Yeah, okay, you can. Oh, nice. The first time, maybe I just was like terribly misaligned, but I got the distinct feeling that you could only like set them in order. But I mean, that doesn't seem to be a thing. Right. So let's go back up to the beginning. You know what? I was predicting that if we have to do multiple attempts, each additional attempt would feel slower and longer. But it's not so bad thus far. Okay, yeah, that's confusing. It looks like he's closer to the top of the hallway than the bottom. But if you stay on the bottom, you actually do get hit. So I just figured I'd try going to the top, and surprisingly, they actually avoided the bullets. That's valuable information. That's gonna help us avoid the machine gun guys who's gonna stand in our way of getting the green key card. But yeah, we're mostly done with this first section now. Gotta head to the bottom right to get the green key card. Hopefully not lose half of our health in the process. One dude down. Okay, this is more how it should go. It's getting exciting. Yeah, this guy was giving me a bunch of trouble last time. I had some real fluke. You have fluke bad luck? That's not the word. Freak bad luck? I don't know. It was really weird. We're doing almost unusually good now, but honestly, this is... More often than not, I would take out the enemy cleanly. It's just that one last attempt where I fucked it up on like 5 enemies. Alright. That's what? That's 6 minutes? Man, it felt like it was so fast, but I don't know, whenever you do the stealth stuff, 4 minutes feels like 45. And when you're actively punching enemies, 6 minutes feels like 2. It's like fucking Dark Castle-ass platforming. I mean, Dark Castle's sick, but... Slightly awkward game to model your platforming climax after. Dude, how quickly did we get up here? Sick. Basically first try. Now we have to learn this part. Okay. Okay. Can we get up here without fucking up? No, we cannot. Okay. The annoying part is, like, I didn't even get to try, like, what I wanted to try. That can happen, too. Like, you are a little bit at the mercy of that moving platform being where you need it to be to land that particular jump. But I don't know if I fucked it up in exactly that fashion. Oh, wow, okay. Oh, right. I was like, wait, where am I standing? I forgot that that's how you're actually meant to get there. See, all this because I was hesitant to take an extra second to wait and study the pattern here. In hell. Dude! Oh! Alright, unsurprisingly, this section is finding new ways to screw with us. weird because you kind of jump further than you expect a lot of the time. Especially when you're landing at a lower point than when you start the jump. Because you never fall straight, you always fall diagonally forward. That was too early of a jump. But conversely, when you're jumping upwards, sometimes you tend to sort of snap onto the platform what feels like before you have finished your horizontal movement. So as a result, the jump essentially ends up being shorter than you might expect it to be. How was that? Confidence in this section is now rapidly declining. Just realized that there's actually a tiny platform. See, like, I'm trying to not overshoot those jumps, so I like jump through the wall or something. But then I just land on the corner and I just fall through. I was just too impatient now. I'm mad at myself. Every now and again you hear those like crashing noises in the background. I'm guessing that's from Renard like dropping grenades. But I wonder if there's some kind of cue you could use to get a sense of how much time you have. But honestly, probably better off not knowing. So you can see that there's that tiny little platform in the middle of the path of that moving platform I was on when I failed. I wonder if I was wondering if they get ammo there now, the bomb. I mean, it's not worth it realistically, but I can't help wonder if you could jump off the moving platform, off of that tiny little one, and see if that, like, if there's some kind of consistent way you can jump off of that. But jumping from a moving platform to one of those, like, tiny slivers of a platform is a pretty... frankly, a stupid thing to even try. Well, that's annoying. That this attempt, despite having full health, ended up going worse. Significantly worse. Like, we started off good. I got past the moving platforms, the first moving platforms, flawlessly, first try. And then I wanted to try a jump in the next section. And I essentially never recovered. I fucked up that, and I fell into that path on the far right. And then we kind of never really got past that. One of the times we got to that section, I did look at the timer when we got to that room. Right, that's what I'm supposed to do. In order to make some kind of mental note of checking if and when we time over to learn like how much time you have. But then I totally forgot to follow up on that. Alright, so let's go through the kitchen, mess hall, whatever it is. So weird. Oh, he did wake up. He's actually moving towards me, but... i.e. this way. And collect... Fine. I guess we probably didn't actually do the first time then, because we only had the 2 mines. And now we've consistently gotten there with 3. Because this is the second one we collect. And there's one right before we get to the reactor room. Yeah, the platforming stuff is... Well, I mean, I can't say it's the game's weakest part, because the stealth is horrible, but the stealth is really only horrible because of how punishing it is. The way the guards like are placed on the map, the way they behave, like those sections end up being kind of tedious and not very exciting. But that's mostly because you instantly fail it. Like the trial and error process of learning them is frustrating. And once you have them down, they're just rote repetition. Like it's not very exciting. But functionally, like it sort of controls and behaves, I mean, in line with what you would expect. It's just the fact that it's like there are no checkpoints. On it, like if only there were checkpoints. I feel like the stealth stuff would have been, like the first mansion stuff would have been annoying for sure, but it wouldn't truthfully have been like boring. Like it would have been manageable. It has to finish exploding before we can set the next one. But the platforming is just like, it doesn't function well. The jump itself, just like every other animation and thing Bond can do, is just very... very slow and clunky. And the fact that you jump through walls and like stuff just doesn't, like, they're asking you quite a lot. You know, they're asking you to do a lot with very insufficient means. And that's like sort of not really true of the stealth. So I think the stealth aspect being executed the way it is has a much larger impact on the game's like not being a fun experience overall. But at the same time, like, there's absolutely an argument to be made for the platforming stuff legitimately being like worse. For being platforming, you know? This one guy is a fucking hero, but I think there was actually health that we passed there, so I think I overcomplicated things. I could have just gone to the bottom here. I think we should at least get one health at some point. But it's like kind of... It's not inappropriate for them to make this kind of section at the end, but the fact that it's timed, the fact that it's so awkward, like, it doesn't... I mean, if there was a long stealth section at the end, that would have been worse. I mean, I don't know. At least this section doesn't feel so tedious, even if it is longer. Like, again, we're at, what? 6:05. 57, okay. Have to remember. Like, failing this takes longer. We have to spend longer here. Like, the proportion of time spent in each corresponding part of the level, right? The nuclear facility level, you spend 5 minutes doing boring stealth, and then you spend like 2 minutes jumping between spike pits. And honestly, again, the actual times might not even be... Like, we might spend 2 minutes here before we game over. I don't actually know. But there are two kind of active minutes where it doesn't feel as bad to fail in some ways, although I could be wrong. I'm that. Been here for about 1 minute now. I guess the fact that we fall down and actually have to do stuff over in this section doesn't feel great. It's a bad jump. Yeah, so for these ones, you want to basically jump by the edge. Okay. Commit that to memory. Okay, so... what do you do against that? Again. Have to jump. Like, you want to be close to the edge to get the distance on the jump. But if you press forward a frame too soon, you just, like... Okay. Pausing here. Yeah, if you mistime it, you can take that step off of the ledge. So... there is a platform in front of us, and I think we have to make use of it. I think I kept missing that it's actually there. Like, nested into that corner of that pipe, there is a platform. Because I kept thinking, like, how do I successfully avoid the electricity on this platform? But the question remains, like, how do I successfully land on that platform? I'm anxious now because if I unpause to just wait and observe the pattern, that's like precious time. Also, I just realized because I'm pausing now, I can't use the real time. I can look at this to see that we've been here about 2 minutes. We got here, what, 6:05? Alright. So I can jump on it on its way here, and then jump off the platform. Or so I thought. How do I even get... okay. Okay. I have to let it get pretty far away before I jump onto it. Well, okay. Almost. That was, like, the fact that I almost got that, it's a good... oh, no. Good sign, because it means that it's, like, sort of actually intuitive to make that jump. That's, like, kind of the biggest challenge, like, jumps just being unintuitive. Timed, but... 32. I'm just curious to get any sense of how much time we have. Oh, save a little bit of time. So funny the way that works out. I don't think we're gonna get another real attempt. Oh, how the fuck do I make that jump? Okay, I have to be like really far back somehow. Okay, but that's awesome. The fact that I even got to make that attempt at that jump is more than I would have expected. See Godzilla. Yeah, I've been totally not paying any attention to new movies for the past like few months. I've just been, I don't know, I've been too depressed to like go out and watch movies, I guess. Just haven't been in a movie watching mood. So there, I know there's been things that I would have liked to go see. But I also like haven't been kept up. Like I feel like I hadn't heard about that movie at all until people started raving about it like a week or two ago. Like I live in a small town, so usually anything that isn't like the biggest mainstream blockbusters or kids movies or big Swedish movies, basically it's a little bit of a gamble if it's going to play here at all. But I've been surprised sometimes. So I've had the thought in the back of my head that I should check if I actually will have an opportunity to go see it, but honestly, so far I haven't bothered. I'm actually not, I don't have a lot of money currently either. I've had a lot of expenses and stuff, so it doesn't help. Okay, this, but I would certainly like to go see it if I have a chance. No, I walked up too close. I didn't let him walk up to me properly. Wait, door. Doing what I've done and take that. Every goddamn time, I forget. It's so unintuitive looking that you have to go up to avoid that guy. Especially funny because when I had like the taser and I was sort of looking at the hitbox stuff, when I was below an enemy, the hitbox was like really generous. But if I was above them, it was really hard to hit, which you would suspect that that would mean that just hitboxes are such that you kind of have an advantage being below. But I guess enemies in Bond don't operate the same way. Nah, I mean I don't have a clinical what's the word? Diagnosis. I just know that I've been feeling really shit lately. Which I mean, I always do this time of year, but it's been a little worse than usual this year. Did I get the problem? Whatever. But it's been up and down. Like I get by, I just haven't had a lot of energy for activities. Ah! Oh, I was close. I wouldn't have wanted that guy to be shooting at me while punching his body. Alright. Health. Nice. Go. Alright. It is... it is starting to get to the point where I was thinking like, well, sooner or later this part's gonna feel a little repetitive and tedious, and I think we're basically there. Wait for it to explode. I'm trying to be as fast as possible. Alright, let's go grab the final one. I forget every goddamn time. Well, for what it's worth, health hasn't been a major concern. See, like, it's, even when I know that it's gonna happen and I dodge it like that, like, it baffles me because it's so weird. Alright. Oh, I have to go get the green key. They truly designed it so you really have to go around the longest way possible. It is a relatively small map, and Bond's walk speed is mercifully fast. But, you know, would have been nice to be able to have all the ammo you need at once. but we're mostly done. I can't believe this is 6 minutes. Like, how is this 6 minutes? And the mansion stealth part was 4 minutes. That's unbelievable to me. Like, this feels like it's half the time of that. I, like, flat out do not understand. Oops. I'll just ignore that guy, I guess. Oh, shit. Ah! Oh, my God. Okay, we got him. Can't ignore him forever. Okay, got a little lucky there. Aligned very strangely, but worked out. Got the green key card. I understand how some parts are designed so badly compared to others. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty... Some things are more egregious than others, but it's still kind of uniformly inept. 6 of... Like, I don't believe the timer. The timer's lying. Alright. I thought I'd managed to get that if I went on that exact cycle. The thing is, like, now I don't remember how else I get past there. So. I guess I can jump a little sooner. Yeah, okay, so that's what I should be doing. Just making sure I jump. Basically, if I fail landing on the moving platform, that's what ends up happening. But if I aim for that left platform... well, it's not moving, so if I space that... Oh, fuck's sake. Jump correctly, it's basically a done deal. I don't know what happened there, but... Aim for that to be underneath that one. Yeah, okay. I think that... right. Well, I was gonna say that I think that that's all the jumps up to here figured out, but not exactly true. That first jump off that top moving platform in that first section, I don't quite have figured out. I was almost happy there because, like, alright, I landed on the very far right. Because when I try to jump from that first tiny platform to the other, I, like, overshot that jump. I could tell that I didn't land properly because I need to be standing further left on that moving platform. I keep standing far to the right because I want to make sure that I don't overshoot the jump. But I keep jumping, like, either after it bounces back. One thing I hadn't really noticed before is that when you jump, you don't actually... Dude, I was... Okay, what the fuck? I feel like I was as far right as I could possibly have been while still standing on that platform, and I still overshoot that jump. Surely there's no way for me to go further, like a pixel left, and make it all the way over to the far left? Man, that is weird. Now I'm back to thinking that platform in the middle of the moving one is meaningful somehow. Sorry, I keep cutting myself off because there's like new discoveries and shocking revelations every 5 seconds here, but when you jump from a moving platform, you don't maintain any momentum. So you're kind of stuck in position. As long as you're timing it right. you can kind of there's a little bit of leeway in a sense. I guess leeway isn't exactly the right word for it, but it's like it's not as the fact like timing your jump. You don't have to take the movement of the platform and where it's going to put you into account when timing the jump, because when you press the button, even though there's a delay, the positioning won't change. As soon as you press the button, you commit to jumping, and you will be jumping from that spot you are at, even though it might take half a second before the jump happens. So 9 is... Okay, in about 10 seconds, 3 minutes will have passed. Is that the timer? Might be. Okay. That was a weird jump. That's okay. Well, we're definitely not clearing it now. Here is just okay, so now we're definitely past 3 minutes. Oh shit, I thought the pause removed the electricity, but it just wasn't drawn there for a second. Oh yeah, let me try this. Okay, so neutral jumping doesn't strictly automatically make you fall through platforms. That was just something that happened once. Fucked up. That was an early jump. Okay. Fuck off! What the? I guess we might have a 5-minute timer. Nope, 4 minutes. Because I was just about to say, if it was 4 minutes, it would be over now. Literally just as I was about to say that, mission failed. So 4 minutes is what we have. This sucks. I mean, yes, but not as bad as other parts of this game. Funny thing is, like, we have a bunch of cheat codes, but if we wanted to use any cheat codes to help us with this part of the level, I don't know if any of them... I don't remember exactly what cheats are there. The one we used before to get through this first stealth level was the, like, invisible to enemies cheat. I reckon that would probably let us waltz past everything in this section. I'm sure there's one that gives you infinite health, maybe infinite ammo, like for every weapon or something. But I guess what we would need, like, we would need both infinite health and infinite time. It's actually kind of annoyingly anticlimactic in a sense that, I mean, I hope we can get it, of course. But if at this point I were to say, you know what, I can't do it, we're giving up here, I guess we could always just find a slouchy playthrough or something, but even having seen almost the entirety of the game, I remembered we wouldn't get to see what the showdown looks like if we, like, skipped, or the ending for that matter, I guess, because there's no password for the ending, I don't think. I mean, assuming there is one, which may be a big assumption. I mean, we're making progress. We are learning. And of all the levels we've had to replay a bunch of times, i.e. missions 4, 5, and 8, this is by a significant margin the least annoying least frustrating, least maddening, least boring even level to replay 15 times. But who knows? We could be here for another hour. I mean, I hope not, but... Sure would be cool if enemies weren't strangely tanky. Like, enemies take 4 gunshots and 5 punches. I can understand making punches weaker than guns. That's like, there's logic behind that. I'm not entirely sold on the logic of 4 gunshots being required. I mean, even 5 punches. If Bond in a film has to punch a dude 5 times for him to go down, like, that's a pretty significant adversary. Not, you know, one of these dudes. Whatever. It is what it is. I like that the explosion is very neatly contained within, like, tile. Well, at least for the bigger machines. Okay. Go grab one more mine. Oh, okay. Sure. But yeah, I mean, the, I think overall this level is like the least frustrating to replay out of these. But I do find this platforming section to be more annoying than the the one in the previous level. Or, I mean, Mission 5. That one felt like easier to... Like, it's more linear. It doesn't have the starting over, like falling down and having to start over aspect, which... I mean, if it wasn't for that, this section would have been fine. Like, even if it took as many attempts to get through, like, falling down, especially when it feels like it's through absolutely no fault of my own, just does not feel good. And it, like, erases progress in that one attempt. Like, it's... Yeah, that kind of sucks. And obviously the jumps that the game is asking you to perform are also more finicky in this section. Like, the grenade spike pit section kind of sucked, but at least it didn't have moving platforms. Alright. Room. I'm diagonal punching. There we go. Like, sort of cool-ish that the game has, like, 8-way movement and sprites. Like, there's unique animations for diagonal facing directions. But it's arguably unhelpful because it'll allow you to have awkward diagonal aiming punches and tasers and what have you. Fun. There we go. Which, you know, isn't helpful. Let's see if we can get the jump off this first moving platform correctly this time. Trying to remember, I'm aiming for the left platform. Nope, I overshot it. That's the thing I was worried about from before. Like, yeah, I know where I'm supposed to land, but I don't have a clear idea of where I'm supposed to jump from to get there. Fuck! Okay. Failing in new creative ways. Ah, okay. Lucky. Break. Oh, okay. So we have to get... I see. It's that tiny platform screwing up the jump if we jump too early. I think that's what happened. Yeah, it's very jump king, this level. So this top thing, kind of do the thing same as from the first jump. We jump during, like, when it's electrified, and it wears off before we land. Oh, that what happened? But yeah, that's the thing. If I stand pretty far forward on that platform, basically means that I can react to the platform reaching its kind of apex, turning back, and then I can jump. Sort of. Fucked it up now, of course. Maybe I needed to be a pixel further ahead. Do that way. Come on! Alright, that was slightly generous. We've spent at least a good chunk of this attempt up in this upper half. Ah! Whoa! That was weird. I also keep fucking up this part. Yeah, I don't have to be so super early to try to jump on top of this. I can wait for it to get close. Okay, yeah, that happened before too. Jump right as it's reaching that dial. Like, having visual cues definitely helps. So difficult. Okay, waiting for the dials maybe a little much. I overshoot it every time now, because I undershot it once. I'm like spooked about it. Okay. There's no way I can make this jump if I'm standing here. But could I jump? Like, can I even move here? Like, the thing is, if I turn around, like, there's always this weird thing about, like, Bond's positioning in, like, hurt box, like the actual physical space occupied by Bond being, like, further forward relative to, like, his visual representation. And that could potentially mean that if I turn around, because if I want to be like 1 pixel further to the right, like, even though Bond could stand a pixel further to the right, if, I'm not saying he could, but if, it's possible that he could, or it feels possible, that he could only stand a pixel further to the right as long as he is facing left. So that, like, if I could moonwalk, I could moonwalk 1 pixel, or, like, I could have landed while facing left 1 pixel further to the right, but if I'm already here, like, it's too late. That feels possible. But I also feel like if I jumped and landed a pixel further to the right, so my heels would have been, like, off the edge of the platform, surely that would have led to one of those weird edge corner thing where you just fall down, right? But with the length of the jump, I mean, what we can do at this point is we can do the research, right? We know that the back of Bond's legs is perfectly aligned with the right edge of the platform I'm standing on. If I make a forward jump now, we can see what happens. I feel fairly convinced that I will not be able to land on that platform. I think I will overshoot it, because I feel like I have made a jump from this exact same pixel before. It's possible that I didn't, but I remember feeling when I made the jump that, like, oh yeah, I'm standing pretty far to the right on this platform. And I feel like if I was standing even 1 pixel further to the left, I would have felt like I'm standing in the center of the platform. Because, you know, if I move forward like 3 pixels, I'm basically right on the left edge. So 1 pixel further to the left would have felt like the center. But I could be wrong. Maybe I was 1 pixel further to the left. But the thing is, like, it felt like I overshot it by such a degree that even if I could have jumped from 1 pixel further back, it didn't feel like that would have helped. But again, if we jump from this pixel, that should give us some kind of information. See? Okay, so Bond actually moved a pixel before I didn't... The input wasn't, like, frame perfect. So I actually moved a pixel before I jumped. So I didn't jump off of that pixel. And the way I overshot it actually felt like that one time I saw before. So we still probably have not actually seen what jumping from that actual leftmost pixel or rightmost pixel is like. Okay, we have less than a minute, I think. So actually was kind of a fair bit to the right there. I don't know. Well, I know it at the very least to kind of pay attention to, like, when I actually get there. Ooh, look at this. Okay. So my heels are like 2 pixels off the edge of the platform. I pressed left, but I didn't get a neutral, I didn't get a forward jump. That has happened before, but I wonder if it's because did I press jump and then I pressed left a pixel, or like a frame later? I don't know, but we're getting somewhere with that. It would appear that the game is indeed asking us to make a pixel perfect jump. And I'm just glad that I have a specific thing to look for and try. I'm not just trying things at random. I have a... How do I phrase it? I have a methodology. I can, at the very least, make an attempt, and I can make note of what it was I tried and what the result was. And that's actually quite helpful. A lot of the time, if I don't have that, it's going to be a lot more difficult to understand or have any kind of awareness of what you have and haven't tried, which is likely to result in you wasting your time trying things you've already tried without realizing. Now, of course, one issue is I don't know what ability I have to actually try different things. At this point, I feel very much at the mercy of where I happen to end up landing on that platform. But on the other hand, I now know that if I'm any further left than like the back of Bond's leg aligned with the platform, if I'm any further left than that, then I know there's no point. Then I know I will fail. So at that point, if that's where I land, trying to adjust my footing by taking a tiny step to the right, even though it might feel risky, and even though it might result in me falling off the platform, that's fine, because I will know that having tried to jump to the left would have also been guaranteed to fail. So at the very least, that will offer me an opportunity to practice adjusting my footing on that platform, which is something I haven't even dared try. But having a better understanding of what the stakes are, you know, makes that a much more comfortable proposition. Because the thing that makes that so awkward otherwise is that feeling of like everything is so arbitrary and awkward. How did that hit me? That like all I can do is just press the jump button and hope for the best. But that's not gonna cut it. Like, you could do it that way, but that's probably gonna take a lot longer. I'm a little scared to leave the room while it's still exploding. You never know. But yeah, it's like they fucking couldn't help themselves, could they? They had to put this, like, way too demanding, precise platforming shit at the very, very end. Like, the game's just straight up not built for this shit. Like, the moving platforms just feel so hacky. Like, anytime you jump onto or off of a moving platform, the game looks and feels like it's glitching out. But it's like, well, technically we can put this in, and technically it's, you know, it will be a challenge. And it is. It's just not a very satisfying challenge to overcome, because it doesn't feel like you maneuvered Bond into, like, an expert, like, display of agility and ingenuity. It's just like, well, you sort of got one over on the game by surviving its bullshit. And it's, I don't know, I mean, clearing the spike pit grenade section was sort of satisfying. But I guess kind of in that sense that I just described. I didn't let the game defeat me. We'll see if we can defeat the game this time. I mean, I was happy when we started making progress, getting past Mission 5 and everything. And it was such a joyous sense of relief. So, like, just felt so blessed to be able to progress through multiple levels smoothly. I'd expressed previously a hope that we would clear this game tonight. And I mean, we have time. I'm not, you know, pressed for time at this point. But I won't lie, you know, I have this... The feeling is kind of sinking in that what if we have to, like, leave this game and come back to it again. I really don't want to. Oh, that was a bad jump. Okay. We kind of recovered. I'm excited to do some science. So I figured out the timing and spacing of this jump. This one that's the electricity. Oh, okay. Okay. So if I try to do a forward jump from here, but if I accidentally time it such that I walk forward 1 pixel before I jump, I will 100% miss it. But I will miss it by such a margin that I don't think a successful jump from this pixel will work either. So I will try to walk a pixel to the right. Okay, so now press the select button. I meant to press the start button. I am now 1 pixel further back. I have been 1 pixel further to the right than this, but when I was, trying to jump forward made me jump in place. I don't know exactly what led to that, but it could be... I cannot rule out the possibility that, like, just being in that awkward spot makes it impossible to jump forward. So I am slightly forward from that, and if I successfully jump forward from this pixel without walking forward a pixel first, this is a jump from 2 pixels further away than my documented furthest jump so far. I'm gonna go for it. Okay. So, okay, I'm gonna just practice jumping here. Like, is it even... I'm starting to think that jumping forward without moving forward... It's not impossible. I have done it here. It's fucking hard. And basically, I still have to tap forward a millisecond before. There, I moved there. Hence. Why? Okay, no, I'm doing the same. Yeah, I'm fucking up in the same way. Okay, that looks like I landed basically with my entire foot off the platform. I think our best bet is trying to get into that same position we had previously. The other thing to remember is that I can actually... There's no time loss incurred for actually turning around. Or, like, input delay or some weird thing. Like, I can face right and then press left and jump. Probably what I should be doing. I'm being very sloppy here. Ending up failing this jump. Yeah, that was really bad. Okay. Might not look it, but this has actually been educational. Okay, I'm gonna take damage here, but it's okay. Okay, I'm looking finally, which I should have been doing a long time ago, for a visual cue on where to time the jump. I'm looking relative to... Oh, that was too early. Oh, okay. I have to be on the very left edge of that part below that little control panel thing. Vent or whatever it is. Too early. Ah, oh, fuck you, Renard! Okay. Oh, I get to see this game over screen. I'm starting to consider... Like, this is already a cheated playthrough, right? Like, there's no prestige in doing it legitimately at this point, necessarily, to the point you ever care about that. I'm currently entertaining the thought of looking into using cheat codes just so I can have this section go by faster. Again, I reckon if you use the invisibility code, you should be able to just walk through all of this without having to stop to fight enemies, which would definitely cut down on the time. Successful diagonal punching, how about that? I don't know. I'll keep thinking about it. In the meantime, I'll want to do more successful attempt. I can't believe, like, in that attempt, we basically got to do what? One, maybe two attempts at sciencing that jump off the top moving platform. That's fucking rough, dude. 10 minutes of playtime to make one wrong button, one attempt to jump. I mean, that ultimately is puts it into like not that different of a territory from the mansion stealth level. Obviously the difference is once you get to the platforming section, it's a lot more active and a lot more like engaging. And even this part is there's no risk of failure doing that. Well, I shouldn't say no, but you don't, this part isn't like tense like it is in the mansion thing where it's like knowing that a single little fuck up will force you to start over. And also knowing that at the end of those 10 minutes, I mean, I guess it's closer to 7.5 minutes before I actually get to that top part and can make that jump for the first time. Let's say 8 minutes. There's also that feeling of knowing that at the other end of those 8 minutes is like potential I was gonna say salvation, I don't know, you know, the end of the game. There's not like, well, if I can make it past this thing at the end of these 8 minutes, there's another 8 minutes of flawless stealth required of me. You know, it kind of changes the equation somewhat also. He was literally at the top of the hallway and I'm at the bottom and that still hits me. That happened last time too. That's perplexing. Well, whatever. At least we've become pretty consistent at getting to that part with full or close to full health. Of course, isn't necessarily helping us. I mean, we still died last time. That'd probably explode. Last one. Whoa, almost climbed down there. Oh yeah. I don't even care at this point. Like, ah, fine, I'll get shot in the stomach once or twice. All in the name of not having to stop or slow down. There's health here anyway. It's fine. Full health. Look at that. And if only that thing had spawned on your first way through, so you could just grab that at the beginning and have 5. Or 6, or however many you need. Wouldn't that be swell? Yeah, so I think I have 3 when I get to the room. There's a 4th one in the room. There's a 5th one in one of the computers. And then I have to go get the 6th one. I have to go get the green key card. Punch this faceless, nameless bug 5 times for him to fall over. Oh boy. That's right. Forgot. I can't really afford to just skip. Oh, dude, this fucking hero championship boxer over here. Okay, we got him. Man, I can't believe they don't even change up the color palette. Like, in the first level, these green army guys are supposed to represent, like, either the security guards or, like, the Bilbao police or whatever it is, when we're in that bank. Then they're, like, nuclear facility security. They're, like, Renard's terrorists. Like, they represent all these different groups that in the movie, like, obviously look pretty different, but they're always these green army guys. Like, even if they had the one enemy sprite, at the very least, I feel like they could have changed the color palette per level. I also can't believe Bond has, like, this sort of jumpsuit-looking sprite when they made suits for Davidov and Zukovsky. Even if he had a suit, like, they could just change it different colors to make it appear more jumpsuit-esque for the 1 or 2 levels where that's actually appropriate. I think in the climax of the movie, isn't he in his, like, vacation white slacks and blue dress shirt? That's, like, what he was, whoops, wearing when he was kidnapped. Put in the torture chair or whatever. Either way, come to think of it, like, certain sections or parts of the game more so than others, but looking at this, like, would you ever think that you're looking at a James Bond game if you didn't know that that's what it was? Dude, I fucking landed... How did I land right in the center in midair? Okay, this is officially a bad attempt. Not too late to turn it around, but oh, that's... What did I do? What did I do? What was I even thinking there? Like, I figured out the positioning of that jump, and I have been doing it consistently. Or, I haven't been doing it consistently, despite what I really meant to say is I've been able to do it consistently. And then I keep just fucking turning my brain off and, like, just jumping with the complete wrong timing. That jump, however, the one I fucked up now, I've not gotten consistent. No! What am I doing? I'm freaking myself out. I need to... I don't even know what I need to do. Like, this feels like... This already feels like a... hopeless attempt at this point. Like, just, even if I get up there, I've wasted so much time. I have to jump before it hits that pipe, basically. I'm at 8:15, okay. So, about 2 minutes. We got about half time left. It's actually better than I expected. Like, what do you do? Jumping around, like, the left half, but not past. What the on earth was I thinking there? That little section there. Just a pixel too far to the right. Press jump, but nothing happened. No, that's too far. The thing is, like, when you're making that jump, you kind of, because you're on a moving platform, you can't quite make out what the actual spacing of your jump is until you've already committed to it. Unless there's, like, pause buffer. See, that's where I wanted to stand further to the front of the platform, which I should start doing again now that I have an actual... I started doing that, but then I kind of didn't want to do that because I didn't want to... rely on timing it. I was like bouncing back. Dude! Oh, for sure I would land. Ah! I'll hydrate. I'm gonna look at the cheat codes. I'm gonna look what cheat codes are there. Invincibility, invisible to enemies, one-hit kills, and unlimited ammo. Unlimited ammo would certainly help, not having to go fetch the other grenades. Like, one-hit kills would obviously be really nice, but I fear that it's gonna have an effect on the boss as well, which I'm sure that would feel great. But I want to, at the very least, like, if we can get to the boss, I would like to get there and see what that's like, you know? You know, the thing is, getting to the end is likely... It's gonna take more than one attempt to... to probably figure it out. But how about this? Let's use the invisible code just to see if it works out the way I expect. And if it does, it means we can get back to practicing the final part faster and more frequently. Like I said, this is already like a cheated playthrough. So the time, or like, nothing's gonna represent sort of the authentic experience of beating the game. So let's just see. Is this how we do that? Yeah. Secret cheat code menu. Goggles. Grenade. Pistol. Rifle. Okay, so let's see how this works out. I don't need to equip the punch either. Well, I should anyway. It's so nice. I'm curious just to see what the time difference is going to be. The one thing that's like kind of fucked with the cheat codes though is that apparently there's no way to disable them. You don't want to play with the cheat anymore. You have to like go back to the main menu and enter the password for the stage. Like, it even carries over into the next stage. Of course, it's possible that this code would also contaminate how the boss fight works. But I feel like the boss is probably not going to be, like, sort of running on enemy behavior of, like, being aware of your position or trying to track you or anything like that. Obviously, for the first phase, I don't imagine that he's, like, not gonna drop grenades, because it doesn't really feel like he's dropping them based on his perception of where I am or anything anyway. But I guess we'll find out. If we get to the boss, and it turns out that he doesn't fight back, and we accidentally beat it with cheats that we didn't really intend to use, I'm gonna be honest, at this point, that's not gonna weigh very heavily on my conscience. We have aborted games in the past, and I fully expect that there will be, much like there was for Batman, there's gonna be games at the end of the day that we just did not finish for a multitude of reasons. There's already been a few. And I feel like I've given this game a, I've given this game more respect than it has given me. I think it's fair to say. I guess these guys are not gonna really notice or care much, are they? Pretty funny. Alright, okay. And I guess really change the equipment. But yeah, I'm intrigued to see just the difference in time of stopping to punch dudes. Like, now that I'm even less you know, careful or mindful or like paying any attention, I'm literally just walking from point A to point B. This section kind of feels more tedious. Somehow, strangely, how that works. You know, it's I'm just holding. I mean, I guess I'm literally doing, like, making less inputs, just holding the same direction on the D-pad for longer. Like, these guys are like, man, I wonder why our computers keep exploding. Oh well. Not my responsibility. So I guess what should be happening now, according to the movie, like, we're exploding shit, or at least according to the game, so I don't exactly remember how it plays out in the movie, but they sabotage the sub, and it crashes, or whatever it does underwater, so it's like, it's all vertical. That's why they have to do all this climbing at the end. It's like a kind of a cool set piece, sort of, at the very final battle. It doesn't play out exactly like in this game, but, you know, it's a reasonable enough approximation. Okay, so 4 minutes. So it saved us 2 minutes, but it was still 4 minutes of just walking full speed. So I guess infinite ammo will let us just do that room in one setting. That should save us another, like, minute, maybe? Oh, see how this goes. Obviously, I'm playing on emulator. We could use save states, but I always feel that's kind of a last resort. Too easy to have, like, zero investment in each attempt, sort of. Nice. Let's try to see if there's any difference with grenades here. I hear explosions, so I'm pretty sure they just... Unless that's like just ambient engine room clanking noise. Oh, there we go. Did I just not... Please... Let me land on a platform? Okay. Alright, okay. I moved like 1 pixel to the right and was able to do a jump. I mean, I guess I don't know exactly what pixel that represents, but it was... My feet were off the right edge of it. It's like, on the one hand, compared to the previous jumps, I didn't feel like how this could make the difference, how that would be the jump that would actually succeed. But on the same... Like, at the same time, I don't feel like I could have possibly jumped from any further to the right, so... Alright, here we are. No weapons allowed. Oh shit, there's... Oh, cutscene? Okay. It actually was a little cutscene. Look how happy she is. We did it. And, you know, I don't feel any remorse for that cheat. Literally, it had no impact on how that went. Like, I just managed to get that one jump correct, and that was all it took. But you know what? After all that, I'm so relieved that we just had a cutscene final boss. I'm so glad we didn't have to deal with awkward punching while he's throwing grenades, and we're just gonna spend another hour trying to figure out how to do that shit. And frankly, on some level, I'm glad I didn't even have to make a choice. Because if we had gotten there and he, like, didn't see us and we sort of, like I said, like, contaminated the boss fight, part of me would still have felt, not in terms of, you know, pride or prestige that, like, I should have completed it fairly. Like, I would have just wanted to have seen what the fight was and how it actually worked. And if we, like, bypassed that, it would have been unfortunate. It would have been like, well, we should do it properly so we actually get to see it. But luckily, it made no difference. We just walk up there, we just strangle him, and, you know, Bond's trademark move, I guess. That's... Our... We strangled Davidoff and we strangled Renard. we didn't actually kill Electra, but she just locked herself in a closet. So, you know, that's good enough, I guess. I don't know if you could have possibly gone back to kill her, but that seems like such a... There's like no way on Earth they would have included that as like a thing you could do. So, whatever. Okay, debriefing. Neutralized 0. That's pretty funny. Renard doesn't count, because that was cutscene Bond. It wasn't actually us. It was, just cutscene Bond gets credit for that kill. 524. So that means... Yeah, we did... God damn, we did the final section in a minute 30? Minute 20? Because we got to the reactor room in 4 minutes. That was extremely clean. I just realized. Compared to, you know, spending 4 minutes barely even getting up there to that final jump, and we just nailed it. Alright. Victory! I guess that was us shooting ourselves out in the torpedo thing, maybe? I think they do that in the movie, right? There's something in the PlayStation game of, like, arming the torpedo thing, at least. And then the submarine just lightly exploded a little bit. But not in a bad way. I'm gonna assume this is the ending. Yep. Alright, let's, watch the credits. Here's the staff roll. The world is not enough. 2N Productions. We have 3 people on graphics. 4 additional people and a company on additional graphics. Benjamin Lee did programming and game design all on his own. Yeah, this was not a big team, and it makes sense that you had 1 person on design and programming and like 8 people on graphics, because the graphics are a lot more sophisticated or sensible or less dog shit than the actual game. And of course we have like more producers and managers on the EA side than we have actual developers making the game. Yeah, package illustration / photography courtesy of MGM. Yeah, I mean, it's just the promo poster artwork, basically. Is it gonna loop? No? Okay. Well, that's time. We've exhausted everything we can and ever will from this game. Ah, that feels good. That feels really good. That feels really good. I'm so glad to be done with this shit. But it was like, it's still kind of cool. There's like parts of it that are kind of neat, visually interesting sections. In concept, how they translated some of the scenes from the film into levels of a game in this sort of genre, they weren't too, like, on paper, too sort of ill-advised. But they just, you know, the level designs weren't that exciting. The combat's dog shit, so like interacting with enemies or engaging with them is never interesting. The saw copter was kind of cool. That's like easily a highlight in the game for sure. The fact that we had these little cutscenes of the characters walking around and interacting, like, there's like very brief moments of very faint, you know, light in an otherwise perpetual pitch blackness. Yeah, I think like I'd have to look at the list and like really compare and think about it, but I'd be hard pressed to find a strong argument for putting this anywhere other than at the bottom of the list of games we've played so far. I did recently take a quick look. We started doing like the tier list of Bond games on the 1-year anniversary stream, and I'd rated 2 or 3 games in the F tier, And I think one of them was the Q's Armory, the ZX Spectrum light gun game that like doesn't really work, and it's also extremely boring, and there's absolutely nothing James Bond about it. And the Commodore 64 View to a Kill was also F tier because that game just doesn't function. It's like 3 levels, or 3 games, as the manual explains it. None of them function exactly like the manual describes. One of them seems humanly impossible to finish. One of them is literally impossible to finish because it glitches out. And the third one is like, it was just too tedious for us to even try properly. But that game still had ideas and ambition and went to great lengths to have like 3 scenes from the film very lovingly recreated. And it had a banger version of the movie's theme song playing in the game. Like, there were parts of View to a Kill for Commodore 64 that are genuinely awesome. I don't think there's anything awesome about this game, and I have to admit that I have a pretty substantially higher tolerance for jank in like a Commodore 64 game that was probably developed by some 19-year-old British dude living under a desk for 2 weeks than like an Electronic Arts published Game Boy Color game from 2001. It's extremely bland, even if more competent than the other. Like, I don't know, was there anything competent? Like, the graphics are competent in this. They had like 3 main staff, 4 additional artists, and then another entire company credited for additional art. Like, it makes sense. You had, you know, a small army, relatively speaking, of artists, some of whom were quite talented. You know, just shipping off their art assets to this poor dude, Benjamin Lee, having to basically make the entire game. I feel like that's, those resources probably could have been allocated in a more effective way. And I would have expected, I mean, would I have expected more of Electronic Arts on the Game Boy Color in 2001? Maybe not, but like, it's shame on them. You know, Domark in the mid 80s, I think, again, like, my expectations aren't that high for like responsible resource allocation. And, you know, standards and expectations were different as well. So well, I mean, did you watch us play the 4th level? Because we didn't finish that one in this game. Like, it's absurd. None of the stuff we did today came close to the absurdity of the first stealth level in this game. We should expect more of EA in 2001. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, yes, I think you should in some ways, but like, what should you though? Like, what expectations are they betraying exactly? I think, well, I mean, you should ask more of them. We should demand more of them. But should we expect more of them? I think those are 2 different things. And like, looking at something like this, like, you know, can I be surprised that this is the level of effort put into a GBC game? I mean, on some level, yes, because it's like rather shockingly bad. But, you know, a team size like this could have just as well squeezed out something that was actually quite charming and surprisingly good. So, you know, it just happened to turn out poorly. And like, something like this that obviously wouldn't have necessarily been the biggest. I mean, again, the fact that this came out a year after the other games, which already were like, I mean, the movie, I'm trying to think. Yeah, because GoldenEye was 95, Tomorrow Never Dies was 97, and this movie was 99. But I guess it was Christmas 99. I think these movies are typically Christmas releases. And the PS1 and N64 games came out in 2000. So maybe they were timed around the home video release or something, but this was September. In fact, the release date of this game is rather easy to remember, because it happened to have been released on the 11th of September in 2001. A day that shall live in infamy. That puts it about a year after the other versions. So, like, what prompted this game to be developed and released? Like, if it had come out at the same time as everything else, I feel like it would be easier to understand how it turned out the way it did. I don't know when the GBA launched. I know it came out in 2001, but I don't know when in the year. Like, I feel like it would have made more sense to have a later release that was like a launch title for the GBA. You know, not that it would have been proved, like, if it was this game with better graphics on the GBA, you know, it wouldn't really have been much better. It would have been cool if there was a Bond game, like a launch game for the GBA that's James Bond. That would have been cool. But there's other GBA Bond games. We'll get to them relatively soon. But yeah, the sole entry on Game Boy Color was rather shameful. June 2001. Yeah, I figured at fall it would have been out for sure. So obviously, you know, it's not a weird thing to release a game on a platform that has had a successor released, especially if it's just a matter of months. But and I mean, the GBC had pretty solid support. I feel like it's a library that I know very little about in the grand scheme of things, but I'm always, whenever I see someone like play a GBC game, it's like always something I've never heard of. And I'm always like, oh yeah, there's actually a lot of games for the Game Boy Color. So it's not like it's a weird thing that they released a Game Boy Color game based on this movie, even if it was this late. But I'm just saying, like, if it was a GBA launch game or something, you would have, that would also have added a little bit, a layer of sort of, you know, decreased sort of culpability. You know, you tend to be a little more forgiving of launch titles for a new system, but whatever. This is not what this is, so it's kind of a moot point. In any case, we're fucking done, finally, and we can leave behind us not just this game, but also this atrocious soundtrack. Oh. Yeah, why not? The Game Boy game is... I don't have a strict list in terms of numbered entries compared to each other, but the two games that are in the highest tier on the tier list, as I set it up previously, subject to change, and obviously we'll add more games to it eventually. The two top games were The Duel on Master System and Game Boy James Bond. So yeah, the two Game Boy games are currently bookending the entire list, pretty much. Yeah, the Game Boy game was awesome. Man, imagine that, like, sequels to that were, like, similar. Although, I mean, I guess you'd get a little bit of a diminishing return type scenario if you're just kind of doing the same thing. But a sequel on the GBA with, like, the enhancements you can make to the presentation, that would have been pretty slick. Anyway. Let's get rid of that. Let's get some better ambience in the background. That's maybe a little loud. That's fine. As you know, we have more work to do, because as we are done with the game, we have some bookkeeping to do. We have to look at the spreadsheet. Maybe... yeah, this is bad. Game number 23. The World Is Not Enough for the Game Boy Color has been completed. 10:06:19. This is in the top 5 longest games. GoldenEye was the longest at 19.5 hours. Then Operation Stealth was 15 hours, 43. And then The World's Not Enough on N64 just edged this out at 10:50. And this is at 10:06. But imagine if we had not cheated through the stealth level. Imagine if we had just committed to clearing this game legitimately. I think it would easily have added another 3 hours And it could have added anywhere from 4 to 6. And I mean, if I hadn't cheated that level, we would have basically probably spent most of this stream today just clearing mission 4. And it would have just dragged on, and it would have been a nightmare. Could have potentially been the longest game. Like, would it have reached 19 and a half hours? Can't rule it out. I mean, out of these 10 hours, mission 4 accounted for somewhere between 3 and 4 hours. Mission 5, I think, accounted for about 3.5 hours. But the difference between those two is that mission 5 took about 3.5 hours until we legitimately cleared the level. Mission 4 took somewhere between 3 and 4 hours until we, upon having reached the halfway mark of the level, just said, fuck it, let's cheat through the rest of it and see what it looks like. And even then, it took 1 or 2 more attempts because of the way like, you can still game over on a few bits in the later parts of the level. So it had taken me like 3 to 4 hours to understand and get through the first half of that level. And because it's a stealth mission with like instant fail states, it means any additional attempts at the second part of the level, you have to go through the first 10 minutes perfectly every time. Like if you fuck up once, boom, start over. So that's why I was doing some very simple math, thinking like, well, if it takes about 10 minutes, each attempt takes 10 minutes before I can start experimenting and start trying and practicing this area. If we assume that we get like 20% further in that section every time, that's at least like 4, 5, 6 attempts. That's going to take 10 to 15 minutes each. And that's even just to clearing the 3rd section out of 4. And then there's the 4th section. Like, it's just insane. And by the time you get that far, even if you master the 3rd section, that means every time you make an attempt on the 4th section, that's like 15 minutes per attempt. And the longer you have to go to get through that part on each attempt, the more like stressful it's going to be, the easier it's going to be to slip up. And I'm getting mad just thinking about it again. And then like the other half of the missions, just clear them first try, no problem. Completed the game using cheats to I'm gonna say eventually using cheats to get past the absolutely absurd forced stealth in mission 4. Technically we used the cheat code on the final mission, but it doesn't really make, like, maybe it helped me get in a better mood, feeling more excited about that attempt. But honestly, I don't think that's even true, because seeing that it still took 4 minutes to get to the reactor room, I felt kind of the opposite. It's like, oh shit, it's still gonna take this long for each attempt. Ugh, I don't know. But then we happened to just get the god run on the reactor room on that attempt, so either way, like it's a long enough like thing here, so it'll I'll leave that as a comment. That's fine. And we completed it on 2023-12-16. And that will be the final Games Bond completion of 2023. The first one, we started... the very start of the year was Stealth Affair, game number 9. Oh, let me find the thing here. Oh. So these right here, these are the games that we finished this year. Like, in a way, it doesn't seem like all that much, but there were a lot of meaty games in here. The Stealth Affair took 15 hours. GoldenEye took 19 hours. The World's Not Enough took another 10 hours. What was the time on Game Boy? 6 hours? Oh yeah, even the Master System, the Duel, ended up being quite challenging. I mean, you can just look at these times sort of on average. and look at the early home computer games and stuff, a lot of those were pretty quick, relatively. It'll be interesting to see how the sort of average playtime is gonna work out as we get to more modern games. I mean, we got the mobile games and stuff, and I don't really know how that's gonna work out either, but that means that we can put this as green. I don't have a specific color coding for games that we used some cheats or hints. Well, we got through it. Not really. The purpose of this is not really about legitimately conquering the challenge of each game. It's more about chronicling and documenting the experience of playing them and what they're like. And we got through the whole thing one way or another. Well, that counts as mission completed. That means, dude, I'm excited for this. We're gonna kick off Games Bond with a fucking bang in 2024, because up next is Agent Under Fire. This is a game that I know people quite like, and I've never played it, so I'm very excited. And man, could we set up for this game any better than with this piece of dog shit that we just played? Literally anything would be exciting after this, but an actual good game? And then after that, we got Nightfire, which I actually played back in the day, and I remember really, really liking. Not only do we have Nightfire, but we also have Nightfire and Nightfire. The PC version, which is a different game. It's also an FPS, but it's a different game. And the Game Boy Advance Nightfire, which actually is also an FPS. That's going to be really interesting. And then we have the debut of Mobile Bond. The double feature, sort of. They're not that similar, but Ice Racer and Hover Chase, man. I'm excited. Yes, we're making a generational leap, because we're moving to the Xbox, and there's quite a few on there. And as you can see, we've got some Game Boy Advance, J2ME, and well, eventually DS, but yeah, we've got another like 10 games to go before that, so. The Agent Under Fire console game for Xbox, PS2, and GameCube was developed by EA Canada, and the PC game is by Gearbox. They're just two completely different games. I think they have the same basic sort of plot. I think that the story and the characters are the same. Some of the same missions are probably there in some way or another, but like the engine, the gameplay mechanics, like they are completely separately developed games. I reckon it's probably not going to be too dissimilar from The World's Not Enough, where the PS1 and N64 games played totally differently, but they have, not only obviously are they based on the same plot or the same movie, there's like certain elements that feel like they probably came from some kind of general game design sort of edicts, like from EA, of like, this is what the game should have, this is how it should work or whatever, because some of the missions are quite similar, or like for example, the whole subway thing, like all three World's Not Enough games have a part where there's like this terrorist thing in the subway, like, which isn't in the movie that I can recall. So there's some things like that, so I'm sure we're going to see some conspicuous similarities between them, but they are different games. So let's mark this as yellow, and mission status up next. This feels so good. I'm so happy to be done with that game. We obviously have, this is not going to be the last bad game, but I think it's probably, hopefully, going to be the last bad game for a while. I happen to know that GoldenEye Rogue Agent, having played through about at least half of the opening level, is a pretty bad game with a pretty harsh like checkpointing and stuff, but even my perspective and frame of reference for what counts as a bad, frustrating experience of a Bond game might have changed by the time we get there, having The World's Not Enough for Game Boy Color, in our back pocket. But I reckon, who knows about the GBA games? They might be dog shit as well. I have no idea, actually. But we've got at least a few quality games ahead of us, and I'm excited. But I've already decided that we shall not be playing any more Bond this year. I think this is a perfectly fine place to wrap up. And we're going to be dedicating the last few, I was going to say weeks, I guess days almost. I mean, there's about 2 weeks left of December, to some other stuff. I don't have everything charted out in great detail, but I have some thoughts and ideas and some things I want to do. But we'll come back to that as we wrap up the stream. Before we do, we of course have more spreadsheeting to do. We have to document to the best of our ability the Bond quotient of The World Is Not Enough for the Game Boy Color. At the very least, input the raw data. There is additional calculations to be done based on the weighting of these different attributes. This will likely happen at the very end of the entire project, and we apply an additional layer of science to make sure this is properly and accurately calculated. But the way this works is that if this is your first time seeing this, I have devised a list of attributes, and this is a living, growing list. It may change over time. It already has had a few updates of elements that are commonly present in James Bond films. And simply put, if this element in question is present in the game, we give it 1 point. If it is not, we give it 0 points. In some edge cases, we can give it a 0.5 if it's sort of there, but not maybe in the spirit of, how we define them. Or in some other kind of edge case where something is maybe not quite present, but there has been some sort of effort made on the part of the game, and you want to kind of reward that. And we add these numbers all together, and I believe there's a total of, I think, around 30 or 31 attributes that would constitute a max score. In fact, I think we could probably, actually, let me do that in my other window here. I believe we are at 29. So 29 is currently the hypothetical max score. And as you can see, there's a few here that are kind of in spitting distance of that. The current #1 ranked Bond quotient game is, in fact, Tomorrow Never Dies for the PS1. GoldenEye ranks highly. Like, anything over 20 is pretty strong. So The World's Not Enough and 007 Racing, actually, and these are all very high scores. So as we have these like games with slightly more modern means based directly on a movie, or a game like 007 Racing that is like leaning very heavily into the imagery of Bond in general, we should expect to see fairly high scores. But it's interesting to see even which things specifically end up being depicted or not. So I mentioned before that these numbers will change because currently they are unweighted, meaning a point in any category is 1 point. What I will do at some point between now and the wrapping up of James Bond, after finishing every game, is we will go through every Bond film and check for how present these things are. And stuff that is more present in more films should count as more meaningful in games too, right? So some of the things on this list may be things that we think of as like typical Bond things, but if they only show up in half the movies, a game shouldn't get as much credit for including it as it should for including something that shows up in every Bond film. That's the basic idea of it. And I'm extremely excited to see, once we add the weighting of each attribute here, I'm excited to see how crazily these numbers are going to swing, because I'm sure they will change a lot. Because I don't even really know. I haven't yet done the science. I don't know how much of these, like which ones of these are going to be weighted heavily and which ones are not. Like, opening credits thing is interesting because obviously the movies have them. Maybe there's a few exceptions, but broadly speaking, it's a trademark of the films, these like elaborate opening credits. And extremely few games have even attempted anything like them. There's like 3 or 4 games. So that's going to be like a big bump in score for those games that actually do it. Whereas certain other things, maybe, the gun barrel too. That's like in every movie, but a lot of games so far haven't even bothered. I'm excited to see how that's going to work out. But that's in the future. For now, let us document these data points. And I'll explain these as we go through them. Some of them are a little more self-explanatory than others. Gunplay. I mean, barely. It's terrible, but it's represented. James Bond fires guns. He's shown holding guns in several, menu screens and whatnot. Fisticuffs. There sure is a lot of fisticuffs because the gunplay is so shit that you're always better off punching dudes. Gadgets are present. They are not represented in the most exciting fashion, but we used the watch laser to break out M. We found a pair of night vision glasses in the forest. There's a couple of weapons with the explosives and stuff, but there's a handful of straight up gadgets. So it's done very unexcitedly, but it's there. Driving car. No, there's no car driving. There's not even implied car driving in this, I should say. Let me do this. It's gonna be a little easier. I'm like cutting off the titles of some games, but it's gonna be a little easier on stream to not have this window be like super narrow. All right, that's better. Like you'll see at the top, we know which games which here. It's fine. So car driving is a nope. Driving other. So here's an interesting thing, right? Can I put a -1? Nah, this is not about a qualitative judgment of how well it functions in the game. It's just a matter of what did the developers choose to include in terms of depicting the adventures of James Bond. In this game, does Bond fire a gun? Yes. Much like in the films. How well he aims, how many shots it'll take for him to hit something, in fact, what he even shoots at, it's kind of beside the point. They did a very poor job with it, but that's not really what this chart is meant to calculate or inform us of. So driving other, as you can see, there's quite a few ones in this column because Bond's been fairly frequently in games shown driving other vehicles, whether it's a jet fighter or a tank or a submarine or a boat or some other mode of transportation. In the film, The World Is Not Enough, there is, of course, the boat chase sequence. Bond steals Q's, retirement boat or whatever, and goes zooming off. And this sequence is represented in cutscene form in both the PS1 and N64 versions of the game. There's no playable level where you control Bond driving the boat, but the action of driving the boat. Bond is being shown as being proficient at driving non-car vehicles. In the Game Boy Color game, there is one still image of the boat popping out through that hole in the wall in the MI6 headquarters at the beginning of like the chase sequence. But I don't think we can fairly give the game credit for that. First of all, you can barely fucking make out what the picture is supposed to show. There is no, like, you can maybe piece it together. Obviously, you've seen the movie, you can understand from context what the scene is supposed to represent. But in the game itself, I don't think it's even really explained that Bond is actually piloting that boat. There's one still image of something that could conceivably be a boat that's in midair. And then you get a briefing, and then you're like on the next mission. Like, I think There is already a bit of a gray zone in terms of how stuff is depicted in cutscenes versus like the actual game space and how it all ties together. But I think it's a real stretch to claim that Bond is being, that we get to see or experience Bond's proficiency at boating or any other kind of vehicular transportation. So I'm gonna set a 0 for this one, and I hope you guys don't feel I'm unfair. Car gadgets is a 0. Well, actually, I think I'm gonna have to hold off on entering this. We didn't see car gadgets, but ostensibly, reportedly, you can use the car key on your car in the Sawcopter boss fight to fire missiles from the car. I don't know what that looks like. We didn't get to do it because by the time we found the car, there wasn't much left of it. But it sounds like there is a scene in this game where if you're quick enough or if you figure it out, you can actually get to the car. And it doesn't, you know, it doesn't say collect a rocket launcher from the car. It says fire missiles. So there's an implication in the manual, at the very least, that we can fire missiles from our car. But on the one hand, I would never put this down as a 1 on blind faith. But even so, I can't trust this manual. It's lied to us before. So I'm going to have to do additional research to figure out if this is the case. So we'll leave it blank for now. We've done that for several other things where we just like don't know the answer. But there's a potential one there for if we can fire missiles from the car, which would be a cool little thing. The fact that it's there but sort of missable is already cool. Like, the thing is, the manual has the description of the item, and we found the item, the car key, that gives you access to the car. So obviously there is a thing using the car key. If we can get to the car, I do trust that it's not going to do nothing. But if it gives us a weapon, which is basically how that scene plays out in the N64 game, I definitely wouldn't count that as a car gadget. If you know, he pops the trunk and there's a rocket launcher there, that's not a car gadget. That's just storing a weapon in the car. But if you like press the action button, like if you equip the key, you press the weapon or fight, action, shoot, whatever button to use the key, and that makes the car fire missiles, that would 100% count. So I'm excited. I'm reminded of that thing, seeing this and thinking about it, and I'm like, man, I want to figure out if that's actually a thing, because that would be pretty cool. Charm or smarm. So there's an interesting thing. This has been a 1 for a lot of games here. This is a fairly nebulously defined aspect, but it's to do with the tone of the writing and dialogue. It doesn't strictly have to be Bond. Sometimes it can be narration, like in the text adventure games and stuff. Like, is there a feeling in the narration and the dialogue, just the writing in general, of that, you know, sort of humorous attitude, but also this, you know, it can be. I didn't want it to very strictly be like how is James Bond's dialogue written, because it can take slightly different forms. But either way, it's definitely not present in this game. There is writing, but there's mostly just the mission briefings, right? Bond doesn't have any dialogue. There's no dialogue happening during the missions. So whatever writing is there is very dry and like, there's some very, like, if we're being generous, sort of token attempts at John Cleese's wittiness or whatever, but that, like, even if I could count that, I wouldn't. Like, this game doesn't meet the bar of quality to qualify it on that grounds. So that's a 0, which, as you can see, even if we scroll up a little bit here, like, other games that have gotten 0 are basically games that have 0 dialogue and 0 writing. Like, the ZX Spectrum light gun games have 0. The Sega games have 0 because there's literally no dialogue. There's like hardly any text at all in those games. And a lot of the early ones that just didn't have so much of Bond as a character in the games. Like, even if you're controlling a guy in a tuxedo firing a gun, the personality like of Bond was not really present in those games necessarily, and that's really what this point is kind of there for. But this is definitely one of those things, but because it's a little nebulous to define, if we compare it to the films, maybe I will try to come up with a better definition of it. But I feel like I have a pretty good idea of what I'm referring to with this, so I feel like that's probably good enough for me for now, at least. Drinking. We have actually seen we have seen Bond enjoy a glass of champagne or two in certain games or other beverages, but no such luck in this game. We have a link to the cart section. Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't mind you linking it, that's fine. I'll open this in the background and no, pause please, and I can try to devise a way to show that on screen. I'm not sure if I have that set up in this scene, but we'll come back to it. We'll go through the rest of the spreadsheet first anyway. But thank you very much for looking that up. That saves me some work, so I appreciate that. But drinking is a 0. Stunts, not really. Like, I was speculating that for the tower level, maybe you're supposed to jump out the window or something, because it does that in the movie, but I mean, we had the platforming, we had the jumping over grenade explosions, but I don't think there's anything happening in this game that we can reasonably qualify as like a representation of the type of big stunts you would see in a Bond film. So I think that's a 0. Like, it's interesting that the game will definitely, I'm just kind of predicting where this is going to end up with the Bond quotient for this game. It does include a lot of the stuff, the sort of surface level things, you know, the very basic stuff, like having guns, having, you know, gadgets. You know, it does well in including the gun barrel sequence and things like that, but even some briefing elements. But then, like, anything to do with Bond as a character and what he actually does, like his charm, him drinking or gambling or doing stunts or, you know, that stuff is just not present. Gambling, 0. Globetrotting, I mean, we have to include that as a yes here because, I mean, it does follow the plot of the movie, and the locales aren't exactly exciting looking, but we're in Azerbaijan, we're in Istanbul, we're in London, we're on a couple of different continents, so that counts. We at least get different tile sets. We go to fucking Castle Grunwald with 4 tile sets and dungeons. Like, that part is like maybe the coolest in the game, where you rescue M, and she's not in this tower like in the movie. No, she's in the medieval dungeon with all these like medieval torture tools and the medieval pinball tables and shit. That was pretty good. All right, let me scroll a little here. M briefings. Yes, we actually did. I mean, very rudimentary, but we do get M briefings and Q briefings. Obviously, it's R and not Q, but it counts. Like, it's the same idea. They're done quite poorly, but in terms of representing the idea of Bond receiving briefing, you know, information, it's there. Like, in spirit, it's there. The writing of it's not good, but that's true for many of these other games also. Q branch actually does appear. Obviously, in the film, again, when MI6 headquarters gets attacked, Bond ends up, you know, going into the Q branch lab and taking the boat. And that sort of happens in the game, albeit extremely briefly in a cutscene at the end of level 2. But he is kind of walking through that screen representing the Q branch lab. So it is present. Moneypenny, however, as far as we can tell, is not present. The phrase Bond, James Bond, surprisingly, does not appear. Well, I mean, it's not surprising given that we've established that the game doesn't have dialogue, really. But you'd think they could squeeze that in somewhere. I'm almost surprised for a 2001 Game Boy Color game that it didn't have a super crunched sample of Pierce Brosnan saying the line and use that in the intro or something. I feel like that's like typical GBC shit. But nope, that's not in there. Oh, here's some other good ones. The Bond theme. The what's his name? Monty Norman, the composer. I was gonna say the developer of the James Bond theme song. Obviously, that's featured quite prominently in many games. It is not featured in this game. In fact, nothing that I think we could reasonably identify as a theme song, let alone the film's theme song, show up at any point in this game. Technically, there's something you could call music, but even that's being pretty generous. There is a gun barrel, but there are, however, no opening credits. The gun barrel transitions immediately to the title screen. So opening credits broadly refers to anything evoking the spirit of the typical James Bond film opening credits, but it doesn't have to be a direct adaptation or something specifically in that style. GoldenEye I gave a 0.5 points to for it has this like fake like what's the BBFC, whatever, like the ratings classification, like it's a movie I remember what other game. Oh yeah, I think it's yeah, The Spy Who Loved Me has like the rating thing with it's got like this fake like VHS video tracking or something. It's a weird thing. It's like an Amiga demo scene kind of effect thing, I guess, but it's basically evoking the idea of watching a movie. So I think that's in the spirit of like booting the game up with like something to set the tone for the experience, even if it's not exactly the opening credits. Operation Stealth, obviously it's not originally developed as a Bond game, but it has a cinematic opening with great music and credits. So it's not really a Bond style opening, but by doing a very cinematic style of opening credits, it's already much closer to the Bond thing than 90% of other games. So I think it absolutely deserves credit for it, even if it sort of by happenstance lines up with the Bond stuff. I mean, it's not entirely by happenstance, it's a very Bond-inspired game. But the opening, if they wanted to, they could have definitely pushed it much further into actual Bond opening pastiche. But given that like the bar is just low, like most games don't make any attempt, and when they do, it's like nothing close to what the films are actually like, so I think that still deserves credit. The coolest one for sure is Tomorrow Never Dies on PS1, that has the literal animation from the movie, just with the game's credits instead of the movie's credits on top of it. That was super cool. Even the way you play like 2 missions of the game, and then the final cutscene of the mission like seamlessly cuts over to the FMV of the opening credits, just like the movie. Like, I can't believe none of the other games after that have done that, because it's such a cool, effective thing. Like, even if some of these games have opening levels that are based on the opening scenes of the film, or even an original game like 007 Racing has like an intro level that it like thematically and sort of pacing wise, it 100% is there to kind of replicate the opening action scene of a Bond movie, and it would have been perfect. Like, the game actually does seamlessly transition from the end of mission 1 into an FMV cutscene, which is like the opening for the game, but it doesn't have the opening credits. It's just like a story cutscene, and it's like, oh man, such a wasted opportunity. But I digress. Product placement. I don't think there were any product placements in this, were there? I mean, maybe if you count Taser. I don't think it's actually licensed. Like, there's no BMW, there's no Sony Ericsson phone. There's nothing else like that. What else do we have here? Bond in Peril. Yes, in fact, surprisingly interactive torture scene. We had to mash buttons to not get choked out by the torture chair. That was actually cool. That scene is in the Other World Is Not Enough games, but we don't actually get to interactively play the part where Bond is locked up in the chair. So yeah, that whole level, like, that was a cool opening to the level. Then we had the medieval dungeon tile set. We had the suits of armor that you had to interact with. Man, yeah, some levels in this are actually kind of cool, and then the rest of it is like terrible. Bond likeness. This is another weird category. I will continue to document this for the sake of completeness. but it's not going to make any sense to compare this to the movies, because yeah, the movies have Bond, like, yeah, how could the movie not have its actor in it? But yeah, you know, this game prominently features Pierce Brosnan in various screens and on the box, even though obviously the sprite doesn't have much of a likeness. They squeezed the likeness in there anywhere they could. Sexy ladies. I mean, Christmas Jones certainly appears in the game. She's got this amazing swagger to her walk cycle. She's got those little shorts on. I think that counts. There's a horrifying version of her on the title screen where it kind of looks like she's missing eyes. She's got these like hollowed out eye sockets, it looks like, but whatever. She's in there. Sexy ladies evil. So as a character, Elektra definitely qualifies. She basically is in this game for one scene, and because we're never introduced to her, like the part where Bond meets her in the mountains and they go skiing and whatever, like that scene's not in this game at all. Like cleavage, like, I mean, she's there. Like, I'm just thinking, if we didn't have the context of the movie, if we're talking about what's in the game and how the game depicts us, like, I'm not interested in splitting hairs over how sexy can like 12 pixels be, because it's not really about that. It's more about the, like, how's the character kind of positioned in a relationship to Bond. Is she some kind of temptress? Do they have a relationship? Like, what's her kind of role? And I feel like she's present for so little of this, and her like attractiveness, or you know, whatever, is so inconsequential to her role as we see it in the game. Like, it's, I mean, I guess it's not so much about the character or not qualifying on either being sexy or being evil, but it's more that she's like so extremely barely there. Like, at least Christmas Jones has like the objective of an entire mission kind of circling around finding her and getting in touch with her and escaping with her. Like, even if it's just that one mission, she's like pretty prominently present there. And she's at the very end, like when you're fighting Renard, she's like, I don't know, just hanging out there, like, I don't know, the princess in Donkey Kong or whatever. Because I feel like if we think about Elektra King and how she's represented in the Other Worlds Not Enough game, there's a lot more of her as a character. She's there. There's like the actual plot twist of the film, where it turns out that she is in fact not the victim of a kidnapping. She is the actual mastermind behind it. Like, she is a romantic interest for Bond until it turns out that she's the villain. Like, that whole element is just not present in this version at all. So I'm torn, but they did have, like, the torture scene is very cool though, and it's like we get to, like, because that's, I mean, the torture chair is like in the other versions, but I don't think we see, well, in the PS1 game the scene is in there because it's like FMV from the movie. The PS1 game actually has shocking amounts of FMV. Like, it shows a lot of the plot in the game through the FMV, which is actually pretty cool in its own right. I don't know, I feel like there's several things on this list where the game is like very, like, barely, very technically counts. Like, it checks it off to have done it, but the absolute bare minimum effort to qualify. But I suppose if I start drawing a line for what counts, like, if this doesn't count, or if it doesn't count fully, then where exactly is the line drawn for it to count? I mean, obviously, this game is gonna have no problems ending up very low on several lists, regardless of how well it actually incorporates Bond elements. So, not that I'm like worried about giving it too much credit, but yeah, ultimately, I guess it's a 1. Like, she is there. It's a character that is like that. That's what she is in the movie, even if she's extremely, very barely present. And not only is she barely present, who she is and what she is barely present. But she wears a dress, so I guess that counts. Dick powers, I think is fair to say, are not on display. This refers to Bond's uncanny ability to charm ladies beyond all reason. The kind of archetypical example, as seen in certain older films and in fact in certain games, is Bond being attacked by some evil woman, henchman, or villain, and in the course of physical struggle somehow seduces them. There might be some slight sexual assault in there somewhere, and they end up falling in love with him and helping him out. Which is like pretty fucked up, but that's like legitimately a thing that happens in surprisingly many Bond films. And basically, you know, if we see that in a game, it tends to be not necessarily what I just described, although that literally does happen in a few games. But if we see characters interact and they like immediately fall for him, or if there's like an element of romance that, like, it qualifies more clearly if it comes out of nowhere, or if it's very quick, or if it's very like suspicious and like where it just feels like, well, they have a romantic connection because, you know, he's James Bond, of course they do, like, and it's not really reasonably explained. But we don't see, like, as far as we're aware, Bond is entirely chaste in the Game Boy Color version of The World Is Not Enough. He gets in touch with Christmas Jones, he rescues her, but there's literally zero implication of any romantic connection whatsoever. And like I said, Electra King is barely mentioned in the game in the first place as well, so zero dick powers on display. Next up, we have Henchman, Iconic Villain, and Villain's Lair. So, Iconic Villain is also like a little bit of a dicey category, because at first I was like, do I put a category for whether the game includes like famous villains from the films? But that ended up being kind of a weird thing, because you end up having games that have original plot lines, so you kind of want to reward them if they have their own villain. It doesn't have to be someone from a film. But yeah, so it can be a little bit of a loose category. It's also like, you could think of it as, is there an end boss? If not a mechanical end boss, is there a thematical end boss? So as you can see, the other World's Not Enough games got a point for each of these. But that's not strictly because of Renard or Electra. Partially, but like, even though Electra is kind of the actual main villain, Renard is more who would actually qualify for the villain category here, because his involvement with the plot, his like Bond having to overcome him in the final climactic battle and all that kind of stuff. But Electra isn't really a henchman. However, in the film and the other game versions, there are other characters who provide boss fights or other kind of set pieces where they fill a very clear henchman type role in the story. I would say for this game, you fight Renard, fight, but there's a showdown. There's not a boss fight per se, but there's a showdown with Renard at the very end under very dramatic stakes. Renard, you know, he escapes in the nuclear facility. He is actually introduced earlier in the game. Like, we know that we're after him. Like, I think it's fair to say that Renard is like the main villain of this game. But there aren't really any henchmen. I mean, Electra King is barely in the game, so forget about her male model bodyguard. He featured in an amazing boss fight in the N64 game. Or was it the PS1? I guess it probably was the PS1 game. One of them, anyway, had a boss fight with that dude. The PS1 game also had the boss fight with Davidov in the mansion. But I don't think there's anything that we can reasonably qualify as a henchman. I mean, we had a boss fight with a helicopter, which was actually pretty awesome. But that's not a henchman. So I'm going to say 0 for henchmen. Just the same green army men around the entire level in the whole game. And that was it. And there's no lair. There's a submarine, but that's not a lair. That doesn't count. And in fact, the other World Is Not Enough games did not get any credit for having a villainous lair. So I don't think this should either. So that's all the data points. Actually, you know what? Let's see. Can I... I don't think I can super easily do this. Looking over at my scene setup here. I can super easily show it. So, you have a link in chat that Doom Noob posted. I'm gonna just watch it off stream. And we can see that Bond has arrived at his car using the key. Holy shit. All right. Okay, this is actually... Okay. It's a whole thing. I'm trying to facilitate this. Let's see if we can actually do this. Okay, I think we're gonna have to do... Okay, give me a sec. Do this. Yeah, we're not watching the Game Awards. It's just my old scene layout, but I have this thing here. So as you can see, the whole thing. So let me rewind. So he gets the key. Oh, you can just jump over there to the car. Okay. Use the key on the car. And then go into this fucking full first-person view mode. So it's like a totally separate helicopter boss fight, basically. Armed lock fire. Look at this animation. And you get like a boss health bar? This is so crazy. This is this weird little alternate thing. That you can like completely miss. Okay. So, oh, he just like left the car. So I reckon you could probably actually... Surely you can actually defeat the boss like that. Yeah, because now the boss is like not damaged. That was kind of weird. But I reckon at this point, the helicopter's probably going to destroy the car. And I don't know that we need to watch the rest of this fight, but... Well, by the time I found the car, it was already destroyed, so we wouldn't have been able to do that without replaying the level. So I'm glad we didn't do that. But I'm surprised. But that 100% counts as a, a car gadget for sure. Well, like I said, we don't have to rewatch this entire thing. The car's still there. Maybe you can affect the pattern. Or maybe he's just like way faster. Oh, there we go. Car's gonna go. Rip car. Alright. That was cool though. Thank you very much for looking that up, Doom Noob. I'm surprised. I'm surprised, A, that there was something that elaborate, and B, that they like made it optional and so easy to miss. Kind of weird. But that means... Hang on. Means that Car gadgets is a 1. How about that? With the data all collected, let's find out what is the final score here. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do this right away. I'm gonna change total, because this is not accurate. This is not the final score. So this is the raw bond quotient, we'll call it for now. I.e., what is the raw sum of these values? And in this case, it is 14. A respectable, but unsurprisingly lower score than some of the recent games and the other versions of this game, because it didn't have money penny, didn't have product placement, didn't have gambling or drinking, didn't have any charm or smarm. Like, this game was missing a lot of elements, so it makes sense that it actually scored decent compared to a lot of other simpler games, but significantly less than some of the others. But again, I'm not surprised that it, like, a lot of the stuff it got credit for is something that it would be almost impossible for it to not get credit for. Like, if you make it recognizably based on The World Is Not Enough, like, that's probably 10 points right there. The maximum raw score that you can get at this point is 29. So even the ones that have the highest score are like still a decent amount away, but that's like certain things like the like Bond in Peril is present in quite a few games, but it's missing in quite a few. The opening credits is missing in almost every game. The gun barrel, kind of surprisingly, it's getting more common in the more recent games we've played, but since the beginning, like, very few of them feature the gun barrel sequence. Money penny has been more prominent recently, but also missing in a lot of games. Driving a car, surprisingly, actually has a lot of zeros also. Driving other seems almost more present than driving a car, which I probably would not have expected, but I guess the car is like, you expect it to be a whole, like, a proper driving thing, whereas if you have Bond in a tank or a boat or a helicopter or whatever, like, that can be a weird little tiny gimmick thing without it being as weird of a, like, a little excursion, I guess. But yeah, 14. Respectable, but the fact that it's lagging so far behind the other versions of The World's Not Enough feels about right, and it's almost lagging behind further than I would have expected. Because yes, it emits a lot from the film. There's a lot of stuff kind of missing in the game, but I wouldn't have thought it was that much of this kind of stuff. But hey, turns out it is. So I mean, 14 sounds about right for a game that is like, it includes the stuff that it's sort of contractually obligated to include, but it's not a game that seems, you don't get the feeling that this game itself takes any joy in, like, including or like representing the Bond stuff. You look at a game like 007 Racing, and that's a game that fucking trips over itself in pursuit of Bond references and cute little things. James Bond on the Game Boy, same thing. And you have stuff like James Bond The Duel, which is a cool game. Well, it's 2 games, and they're both kind of cool. But they have a location that feels kind of weird. The plot's not really very Bond-like. The music, while cool, nothing to do with Bond. Like, there's a couple of Bond villains show up, but they don't get proper introduction. They're not, like, the boss fights are kind of weird. Like, there's a lot of elements like that it's a fun game, but the Bond-ness of it is significantly diminished. It's not a game, again, that feels overly concerned about leaning into that stuff. So I think that's a big difference. And you can see that in some of the movie games too, like GoldenEye, again, of course, too, with a lot of aspects. You see that, I think, with Tomorrow Never Dies and The World's Not Enough on PS1 also. They're very simple games, but they revel in, representing the Bond kind of, not just like representing the brand, but even just like the attitude and the vibe of the universe of those movies. But there you have it. There is the data collected and documented for The World Is Not Enough on the Game Boy Color, game number 23. As mentioned, we will will be taking, if I can English for a moment here, we are taking a brief break from Bond for a few weeks as we are wrapping up 2023 with some other stuff. But why don't we take a small little preview of mission number 24, Agent Under Fire. EA Redwood Shores. Did I put this correctly? I have this listed as EA Canada. I need to... it might be that it's the same studio that changed names. I'm not sure. I have to double check if this developer information is accurate. But let's see what we have in terms of data on this game. Driven by a completely new and original storyline, Agent Under Fire is a first-person action game that balances furious action and stealth tactics. Oh no. Well, it can't be worse than Twine GBC, can it? An evil world organization has been replacing world leaders. Is that supposed to say an evil organization? Probably. It's probably a typo on my part. Whatever. An organization of some kind has been replacing world leaders with their more docile clones. It's up to you to put a stop to it. That's a little bit sci-fi for Bond, but sure, why not? Technically, the duel on the Mega Drive, the plot is like, Dr. Death has cloned all of your greatest enemies. And you're like, okay, that's not explained in the game at all, or even implied, but the manual just casually mentions it. As Bond, you will encounter villains and allies, both new and familiar, detailed 3D environments, and spy-packed fast-action gameplay. Dude, I'm excited. Like, this is going to be such a leap in, like, fidelity and action and intensity and everything. Like, yeah, the PS1 and N64 games were kind of cool and on occasion very impressive. But I reckon this is going to be a whole other level. Oh, I like the little DNA helix thing in the back, I guess, sort of tying into the clone idea of the story. Oh, man. I can't wait to play this. I kind of, again, I like decided basically that we were doing some other stuff at the end of the year. But basically, it's mostly to do with the fact that I have some stuff planned for Christmas and possibly New Year's Eve. I don't know if I'm gonna have to check with some people. It's possible that I'll be doing something on New Year's Eve, but if I don't make other plans, I'll be streaming New Year's Eve. And we definitely need to revisit King of Producer. There's something that I want to do that I will probably start on the Christmas Eve stream, and then we'll kind of keep that rolling for the week after that. So trying to start a Bond game on like Monday, we would have to interrupt it with a bunch of other stuff. Very like it would be a little messy. So I'd rather just focus on the stuff that we that I have kind of planned, and in the 1 or 2 streams sort of in between, we'll do some more random stuff. But once we return to Games Bond, which I will probably be quite eager to do as soon as we're in January, like once the New Year stuff is kind of taken care of, I'm probably going to be very excited to jump into this. I mean, I am very excited to jump into it now. So, in any case, when Games Bond returns in 2024, it will do so with Mission 24. How appropriate. 007 Agent Under Fire. But man, this has been a 6-hour, 55-minute stream. I literally just now realized. You know, when I first started this stream, I was like, you know, if we finish this one mission pretty quickly, and the rest of the game is as, like, smooth progress as I hope it will be, we might finish this game pretty early. We might have a short stream. I wonder if I should think of something else to fill my time with. And it's like, nah. I don't think we need to do that. Games Bond will indeed return in 2024. And I'm excited. For now, I'm going to wrap things up and I'm going to go eat dinner. And I will enjoy my dinner watching Geneva Lee play The Secret of Monkey Island. She's a cool streamer. She's doing December. The cool thing, people spending the month of December playing DOS games. She's been playing The Secret of Monkey Island for the first time, which is very exciting. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Everybody loves Monkey Island. It's the best. And it's been a joy watching her experience it for the first time. I don't know where she's at, but she's having a good time right now, enjoying drowning, which is a fun thing in that game. Let's see what that's all about. Thank you very much for hanging out. I'll see you guys around. Peace.